hours. What's a couple more hours? We will have baseball tonight between the Dodgers and the Cubs. But before the game, of course, a ceremony that everybody in this ballpark has been waiting for their entire lives, really, as the Cubs will celebrate their World Series championship. They will raise their banner from 2016 here tonight, and you can only imagine how crazy this place is going to go. The Dodgers reserves are just now heading out onto the field to start the introductions. We had some really nasty weather, heavy rain. It is like November cold right now here in Chicago, but they will play on and they will raise a banner here tonight. Aaron Jess, at a night that Cubs fans, generations of Cubs fans, have been waiting for, maybe not believing this night could actually happen, but now it's here.
I've been so impressed too. I mean, just walking around Wrigleyville through the rain, through the cold, and just the fans and the excitement, and yes, the anticipation, Dan, but really just this feeling of like they would wait all night long. They'd wait till tomorrow, a week, it doesn't matter. They are here and no one is leaving.
We're here all through the postseason last year, all through the World Series, and the excitement that was generated obviously before those ball games a little different because there was an angst. There was 108 years. There is, can we break the curse? Well, it's all behind now. This is tonight about celebrating their franchise.
Well, and they won it on the road. The last time they were here, they won Game 5, but still went to Cleveland down 3-2. And how many Cubs fans thought they would be able to win the World Series? So this is the first opportunity for these people to welcome back their championship team in person.
Oh, and how about during this entire break, you know, with the Dodgers on the sideline right now, and you think about what they decided to show was the NLCS showing the highlights of beating the Dodgers and kind of showing that video as part of this pregame anticipation for the ceremony.
The Dodgers are going to be really sick of ceremonies after the next couple of days. With the banner being raised, and then on Wednesday the ring ceremony, they're going to have to sit through it. And this is a team that was oh so close last year. This is where they want to be next year.
Let's go down to the field and bring in Buster Olney with more.
Yeah, guys, and I love what Dave Roberts told us before about this whole thing. He said, you know what? The better team won last October, and this is good for baseball that the Cubs won. It's good for this city. He said, if we've got a problem with them celebrating, go out and win, and the Dodgers feel like that they're even better this year.
Well, and it wouldn't shock people if these two teams met in the NLCS again. How about all the Dodgers being bundled up like Dave Roberts is, except for, guess who? Clayton Kershaw's out there in short sleeves right now.
Dave's probably saying, hey, let's get him a coat right now.
Don't need him getting sick.
Seriously.
I don't know exactly what the temperature is, but he ain't dressed for it right now. Then again, neither are we. We all thought it was going to be a little bit.
It was 75 when we got here.
That is better. It was 75 a few hours ago, and it dropped like crazy. And it felt like this game and the ceremony were in jeopardy tonight, but they got through it, and no more rain is expected. It'll just be a very cold night, but they will play on. And the Dodgers, as Aaron mentioned, they'll have to stand on the line tonight and watch the banner go up, and then it'll be the ring ceremony on Wednesday after an off day tomorrow.
So how about with the delay we had? They obviously showed David Ross on Dancing with the Stars, his live performance in Los Angeles. And then on the video board, they had the number that you could call in to vote for Grandpa Rossi.
Who scored pretty well, right? 3 8s and a 7. Is that good?
For a guy that can't really dance, but has a lot of fun doing it. And the best is he gave a shout out to everyone back in Chicago. So he was talking to everyone back here.
Let's take you down to the field for the beginning of the ceremony. It'll start with the conclusion of the Dodger introductions before it goes over to the Cubs side as we join the PA announcer here at Wrigley, Andrew Bellison.
Number 54, Sergio Romo. Number 60, Andrew Tolles. Number 68, Ross Stripling. Number 74, Kenley Jansen. Number 75, Grant Dayton. And number 99, Hyunjin Ryu. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the starting lineup for the Los Angeles Dodgers, managed by number 30, Dave Roberts. Leading off for the Dodgers and playing at second base, number 11, Logan Forsythe. Hitting second, number 5, the shortstop, Corey Seager. Batting third and playing third base, number 10, Justin Turner. Hitting cleanup in left field, number 28, Franklin Gutierrez. Batting fifth, right fielder, number 66, Yasiel Puig. Hitting sixth for the Dodgers and playing first base, number 23, Adrian Gonzalez. Catching and hitting seventh, number 9, Yasmani Grandal. Batting eighth in center field, number 31, Jock Peterson. Pitching and batting ninth for Los Angeles, left-hander, number 57, Alex Wood. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet your defending World Series champion, Chicago Cubs. First, the 2017 staff. The head athletic trainer is P.J. Mainville. Assistant athletic trainer, Ed Halbert. Assistant athletic trainer, Matt Johnson. The team physical therapist is Ryan Mertz. Strength and conditioning coordinator, Tim Buss. Team physician, Stephen Adams. Team orthopedist, Stephen Grislow. The home clubhouse manager is Tom Hellman. And the assistant home clubhouse manager, Gary Stark. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 Cubs coaching staff. Number 1, third base coach, Gary Jones. Number 11, the hitting coach, John Maley. The bench coach, number 4, Dave Martinez. Number 16, first base coach, Brendan Hyde. The pitching coach, number 25, Chris Bosio. The bullpen coach, number 35, Lester Strode. Catching coach, number 58, Mike Borzello. Number 63, staff assistant, Juan Cabreja. Quality control coach, number 64, Henry Blanco. Number 65, staff assistant, Franklin Fott. The assistant hitting coach is number 77, Eric Hinsky. And the bullpen catcher, number 95, Chad Noble. And now, tonight's non-starters for your Chicago Cubs. Number 2, Tommy La Stella. Number 5, Albert Almora Jr. Number 6, Carl Edwards Jr. Number 19, Koji Uehara. Number 20, Matt Caesar. Number 28, Kyle Hendricks. Number 30, John Jay. Number 37, Brett Anderson. Number 38, Mike Montgomery. Number 41, John Lackey. Number 46, Pedro Strome. Number 47, Miguel Montero. Number 49, Jake Arrieta. Number 52, Justin Grimm. Number 56, Hector Rondon. And number 71, Wade Davis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the opening night starting lineup for your Chicago Cubs. First, the manager, number 70, Joe Maddon. Leading off for the Cubs and playing left field, number 12, Kyle Schwarber. Hitting second at third base, number 17, Chris Bryant. Batting third, first baseman, number 44, Anthony Rizzo. Hitting cleanup in right field, number 18, Ben Zobrist. Batting fifth, the shortstop, number 27, Addison Russell. Catching and hitting sixth for the Cubs, number 40, Wilson Contreras. Batting seventh in center field, number 22, Jason Hayward. Hitting eighth and playing second base, number 9, Javier Baez. Pitching and batting ninth for the Cubs, left-hander, number 34, Sean Lester. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and kindly remove your caps as this evening's colors are presented by the 347th Air Force Recruiting Squadron. Ladies and gentlemen, this past offseason, Major League Baseball and the Chicago Cubs lost two important members of our baseball family. with the passing of former Major League Baseball Senior Vice President of Scheduling and Club Relations, Katie Feeney, and former Cubs General Manager, Dallas Green. They will be deeply missed by the Cubs and all of Major League Baseball. At this time, please join us as we remember them in a moment of silence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please remain standing and join Juliana Zobrist as she honors our nation with God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Oh, God bless America, my home, sweet home.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join Wayne Mesmer as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the Coverage of our national anthem has been presented by USAA. Wayne Mesmer bringing the house down here at Wrigley Field. Juliana Zobrist. I just put Wrigley in a Juliana, made up a new word there. Juliana Zobrist, wife of Ben Zobrist, singing God Bless America prior to that. So there are your somewhat typical opening night ceremonies, but that is just the beginning. It's now time for the banner to go up. It's now time for the fans to really get into it. And keep an eye on what's going on here as the Cub players, those of whom were part of the 2016 World Champions, they're headed out towards the outfield right now to begin the banner raising ceremony.
Can you just feel the energy in this stadium right now? I mean, everyone's on their feet and just, you can feel that anticipation with the applause, with everything, every cheer, everything that they were doing.
Well, we had the Rocky theme when they were introducing the starting lineup, and I think that's something that debuted last postseason that kind of got them rolling a little bit. It's obviously become adopted theme, but a great introduction there, and now I think it's only scratching the surface of something special we're about to see.
So the Dodgers have left the field. They've gone into the dugout, maybe back into the clubhouse, because this is going to be a ceremony that's going to last a little while. Look at the fans in the bleachers wondering what's going on, as the vast majority of the Cubs, again, all of whom who were part of the team last year, are headed out towards right center field right now to begin the ceremony.
And it's funny looking around the stands and looking at fans looking at each other with their palms in the air like, what is going on? Where are they going?
Can you imagine being in the outfield right now?
Oh my gosh.
Knowing they're coming here.
The tradition of awarding the banner to a championship team predates the formation of the National League. The first World Champions banner was awarded after the first World Series in 1903, and the ceremony consisted of the winning team parading the flag to the ballpark's flagpole beyond center field, accompanied with music and fireworks. Tonight, with a nod to our past, we raise 4 championship banners here at Wrigley Field. In 1907, the Cubs won 107 games, led by Joe Tinker, Mordecai Brown, and player-manager Frank Chance, earning the National League pennant. The Cubs beat the Detroit Tigers in 4 games to win the 1907 World Series. Here tonight to raise a 1907 World Series championship banner, an exact replica of the banner that was awarded to the Cubs after that season, is Cubs Hall of Famer and all-time great Ryne Sandberg. In 1908, the Cubs won their 3rd consecutive NL pennant. The Cubs finished the season at 99-55, 1 game ahead of the Giants and Pirates. The Cubs beat the Tigers in the World Series and became the first club to win back-to-back World Series titles. Here tonight to raise a 1908 World Series championship banner is Cubs Hall of Famer and all-time great Fergie Jenkins. Last season, the Cubs won 103 games, marking the first time the Cubs won at least 100 games in a season since 1935. Led by 7 All-Stars, 2 Cy Young finalists, and the National League MVP, the team marched to the NL Central Division title and through the postseason, defeating the Giants and Dodgers to win the National League pennant. Here to raise the 2016 NL pennant, an exact replica of the NL pennants awarded to the Cubs in 1935, 38, and 45, Cubs Hall of Famer Billy Williams.
This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series.
And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. The Cubs come pouring out of the dugout. The longest drought in the history of American sports is over, and the celebration begins.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your Chicago Cubs will raise the 2016 World Series championship banner.
Old Dominion Freight Line, which helps the world keep promises, is helping the Cubs keep their promise to Chicagoland by delivering the World Series trophy.
Well, the Cubs out there helping to raise the World Championship banner are now making their way, I think, back towards the field. To be honest with you, I don't know exactly where they are, not knowing all the nooks and crannies of the ballpark. They're still in right center field, and there is lots more to come here at the ceremony. On the one hand, they want to move past it and play baseball, but on the other hand, boy, what a special moment for them as they bring the World Series trophy out onto the field.
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll.
The Ricketts family, Tom Ricketts in the center there, out with the World Series championship trophy, and it looks like we will have 3 ceremonial first pitches being thrown.
When the Ricketts family took ownership of the Chicago Cubs in 2009, 3 clear goals were stated: restore and improve Wrigley Field, be good neighbors, and win the World Series. Last season, with the thrilling Game 7 victory over the Indians, the final goal was achieved in winning the World Series and delivering the first World Championship in 108 years. Throwing out the first pitches of 2017, please welcome the owners of the Chicago Cubs, Laura, Todd, and Tom Ricketts.
So Justin Grimm, Jake Arrieta, Kyle Hendricks out to join the Ricketts family for the ceremonial first pitches and getting a nice picture taken with the World Series championship trophy as the Cubs celebrate their first World Championship in 108 years, raising 4 banners. The NL pennant from last year, the 1907 to 1908 World Series banners, and then of course ultimately, and to the loudest round of applause, the 2016 World Series championship banner that was raised, hoisted by Anthony Rizzo and the rest of the Cubs. Been a moment that a lot of Cub fans and their parents maybe never thought they would see, but they are seeing it here at Wrigley Field tonight. Dodgers have come back out on the field. They're starting to stretch. There is an actual baseball game that is coming your way here tonight, as Alex Wood will get the start tonight for the Dodgers. Of course, the Dodgers getting to the NLCS last year, losing in 6 to the Cubs. Very, very high hopes for the Dodgers that they can maybe supplant the Cubs and represent the National League in the World Series. On the mound tonight for the Cubs, John Lester, their opening night starter and the co-MVP of the National League Championship Series. New bullpens, part of the renovations here at Wrigley. No more bullpens down the line at Wrigley. They have taken them out, moved them underneath the bleachers, added some seats down the line. So John Lester, he's behind that door. You can't see in. Well, you can kind of see in a little bit. You can see Lester. There he is. The players can see out from inside the bullpen, but one of a number of changes happening inside and around Wrigley Field. We will step aside for a moment. Lester and the Cubs, Wood and the Dodgers on banner raising night here at Wrigley Field, in the ball game coming your way shortly. Here on the north side of Chicago, they are bundled up. It is chilly, but they're happy to be here. They're keeping score and they're ready for a ball game here on opening night. Baseball on ESPN is presented by USAA, insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. And in part by the LG G6, the big screen that fits in your hand. How many times will Cub fans watch this over and over and over as Rizzo and Zobrist and Arrieta and the rest raise the World Championship banner, fireworks everywhere on this chilly night in Chicago as they then brought the trophy onto the field for everyone to share in the moment. Let's go down to field level. Standing by with Buster Olney is Joe Madden.
Joe, you said you were more of a flag guy than a ring guy. What'd you think of that ceremony?
Pretty solid right there to throw up all those different pennants with Billy, Rhino, and Fergie throwing them up there. Then I love the fact that our guys were out there to do the championship flag from last year. It's every day we come out to the ballpark, you look out there, you're going to see it every day. A fan walks into the ballpark, they see it. I'm more in the manners than I am in the rings.
What are some of the coolest interactions you've had today?
Well, I just saw Soot. Soot Zimmer was here. Don Zimmer's wife, his widow. She's a wonderful old lady, and she's got one of the best laughs I've ever heard in my life. Her and Zim together were really fun to watch cohabitate. She flew on up from Tampa with her grandson Bo, so to have them both here today was very special.
Joe, in recent days, your players have talked about how they're looking forward to these ceremonies, but also they're looking forward to a sense of normalcy of pursuing the challenge in 2017. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. I think our guys have done a nice job with this. I thought spring training went well. I liked the first road trip. Tonight's just a wonderful evening. I think after the ring ceremony on Wednesday, it should get back to normalcy regarding playing baseball. But I give our guys a lot of credit, man. They have great character. They got great makeup. We won the World Series, but I promise you, if you had been in spring training this year, you would not have known that.
Joe, thanks. Guys, back to you.
All right, Joe, Buster, thank you very much. And while we have a moment before we get on to other matters and into the game, there are a lot of people probably in this ballpark and Cub fans thinking about people like Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Harry Carey, of course, none of whom, unfortunately, who live long enough to see this moment, but I think all of whom live deep in the hearts of Cub fans. Harry Carey, of course, with for many years the play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs, and Hall of Famers Ernie Banks and Ron Santo. So we knew for a while we were going to be here. We knew all winter that this would be a really cool night for Cub fans. What'd you guys think as you watched the ceremony?
You know, I thought it was amazing, and I think we had an idea, but the best part about it is how they interact with the fans. I mean, just the excitement of the fans. I mean, imagine being out there in the outfield seats, and the players are walking towards you and being around you, and you're really together raising that banner.
Well, we've seen the love affair with this city, with this fan base, really build over the last couple of years. They've been aware of the young players that have been coming to the big leagues, the Bryants, the Contreras last year, the Addison Russells. They've known about these guys. They've known that the future was bright as we look at Kyle Schwarber. And to see that love affair tonight, to see all the jerseys, to see the tears, to see the excitement, to see their players that they have this connection with, this is a special night, and it's a privilege for all of us to be here and be a part of it.
How do you turn the page? How quickly do you need to turn the page? And hey, it's 2017.
Yeah.
We were around this team at spring training, and I agree with what Joe Madden said. He's never been a guy to just throw words out there or cliches. I mean, he really set the tone from the beginning as far as trying to make this be an authentic team. And if you stay true to yourself, then you're not trying to be something that you're not. And that's something that I noticed in spring training is this team is working hard because they know it's an uphill battle to try to win it again.
And I think there's a lot of players on this team that we're going to look back generationally speaking and say they were the generation's great players. And I think those kind of players, it's easy to kick yourself in the pants to go chase it again, because that ultimately it was what defines your greatness, is how often you're going to win. And we're seeing the emergence of young superstars for the Cubs.
And I love that the matchup is against the Dodgers, because when I think about what is the biggest hurdle for the Cubs to be able to get back to the World Series, it's the team that they're going to play tonight.
Cubs are off to a 4-2 start. They host the Dodgers, who are 4-3 on the young season. We're just a few minutes away from the ball game here tonight. Alex Wood for the Dodgers, John Lester for the Cubs, as Addison Russell and everybody else, they continue to warm up literally and figuratively for the ball game here tonight. Well, we have a moment. Let's send you back to the studio again along with Dallas Braden. Here's Chris Cotter. They'll tell you everything you need to know about what's going on in the world of baseball so far here today. field. It's gone. Fowler with a leadoff home run. High fly ball well hit to deep center. At the wall, it's gone. 6-3 Cubs hit hard down the left field line. It's a tie game. Past Ramirez down the left field line. Slow chopper toward third. Here comes Bryant on to first. And the Cubs have won the World Series for the first time in 108 years. What might be forgotten by many who do not live in Chicago, who are not Cubs fans, it'll never be forgotten by Cubs fans, is that the Cubs were down 3-1. One game 5 here, then won 6 and 7. Of course, 7 needed extra innings. What a remarkable game 7 it was in Cleveland, and what a great series it was between the Cubs and Indians. The Cubs now trying to become the first National League team since the Big Red Machine in 75 and 76 to repeat as World Series champions. That story is yet to be told. We are months away from knowing if that is a possibility, but what we do know is the two teams in the ballpark tonight both have high hopes on playing deep into October. Only 3 National League teams ever have won back-to-back World Series, including the Cubs back in 07-08, the New York Giants in the early 20s, and then the Big Red Machine. What a great team they were in 75 and 76. Certainly the Cubs appear to have all the pieces to put up a great defense of their title. The Dodgers feel they are right there with them. And who knows, we might be sitting here 5-6 months from now looking at these two teams again in the NLCS.
I remember the Dodgers ended their season on this field, and I think that gets forgotten in all the hoopla and all the everything that happened with the Cubs. But the Dodgers have now seen this banner getting raised. They have now been a part of this entire ceremony, and they remember what happened and how their season ended right here on this field, and that's going to be a motivator as we talk about the months to come. And this is going to be an exciting little rivalry within the National League.
What a great sign that is. What have I told you? 17 minutes of rain would wash away 108 years of drought. The Indians had tied it in the bottom of the 8th. Then after the 9th inning was that brief rain delay when Jason Hayward gathered the team in the weight room and said, hey, pick your heads up. Stop being down. We're the best team in baseball. We deserve to be here. We're going to find a way to win it. And they would come out in the 10th inning and score a couple of runs in Cleveland.
Well, you said it. They're the best team in baseball. But we know that always doesn't play, especially when you talk about the postseason in Major League Baseball, especially now, having to win 3 rounds. And what was striking about that team last year, with the weight of 108 years on their back and those questions all season long, they were essentially had their backs against the wall in each and every series. The Giants looked like they may have had them on the ropes. The Dodgers had a lead in the series, and then the Indians, and they answered the bell at every turn like a great champion.
The Dodgers had not only beaten them 2 games in a row in games 2 and 3 of the NLCS, they had shut them out 2 games in a row. The Cubs couldn't find any offense, but they eventually found it and won that series and won the World Series as well, as they take the field here for their home opener. World Series MVP Ben Zobrist with a tip of the cap to the bleacher fans out in right field. Let's take a look now at the starting lineup for Dave Roberts' LA Dodgers here tonight.
Well, Dan, the core of this offense begins with Corey Seager, who's coming off a huge Rookie of the Year season, and he's off to a strong start, hitting .308 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. But right behind him is Justin Turner, and a big storyline this season is, can they hit lefties? And he has struggled as a right-handed hitter, specifically against who he's facing tonight in John Lester, 0 for 11 with 4 strikeouts.
And they will face a guy just alluded to, a guy they are familiar with, John Lester. He faced them twice, pitched very well against them twice in the National League Championship Series a year ago, was the runner-up for National League Cy Young Award a year ago, and pitched well, not vintage Lester, but pitched well in the season opening start against the Cardinals. Because of off days and because the Dodgers last year had so much trouble against left-handed pitchers, the Cubs juggled their rotation. Jake Arrieta, who was to have gone tonight, pitched on regular rest yesterday because they had the benefit of an off day. Lester pushed back Aaron to get a lefty on the mound against the Dodgers tonight.
And Brett Anderson's going to pitch in this series as well. And we're going to start to see teams stack up left-handed pitchers against the Dodgers until they kill that narrative, until they show that they can do some damage against left-handed pitching. They're hoping Logan Forsythe at the top of this lineup can be a catalyst and help change that narrative.
Dave Roberts, the National League Manager of the Year a year ago. Forsythe acquired in an offseason deal from Tampa Bay, with pitching prospect Jose De Leon going the other way. His numbers on the young season. Had 3 hits and also drew a walk yesterday in a win over the Rockies. The Dodgers took 3 out of 4 from San Diego to start the season, then lost 2 out of 3 in Denver, but they did win the finale of the series yesterday. And we're underway with a pitch down and in for ball 1. Temperature in the low 40s here at Wrigley. Heavy rain earlier tonight. The ceremony and the game significantly delayed, almost a couple of hours. 41 degrees right now. Blankets, hoodies.
It really is remarkable that it's 41 degrees considering how nice it was and how warm it was just a couple hours ago.
It changed in a heartbeat, and this game was in serious jeopardy. It felt like of not being played, but the heavy rain passed, not expecting any more rain, as the on-deck hitter Corey Seager has to dodge that line drive foul ball that winds up in the screen off the bat of Logan Forsythe.
And remember, another one of the early season storylines for the Cubs is that relationship between the ace John Lester and Wilson Contreras behind the plate. Debut was a good one in St. Louis. It seems like the relationship by all accounts is going really well, but remember, it's been David Ross by and large catching Lester for the better part of the last 3-4 seasons.
And by the way, we're expecting to be joined by David Ross within about half an hour. He has finished up his night on Dancing with the Stars out in LA, is red-eyeing to Chicago. Will be here for the ring ceremony on Wednesday. 2-2 outside corner at the knees, says home plate umpire Sam Holbrook. Forsythe disagrees, but he's rung up on strikes.
Well, did a great job of really establishing the inside part of the plate, commanding the ball in, and then after a bunch in there, he goes back down and away, maybe just a bit off the plate away, but he sticks the glove of Wilson Contreras, who does a good job of holding it. Forsythe questions it, but great command to the first batter from John Lester.
Here's Corey Seager, who pops one out of play. Seager hit a home run in yesterday's win over the Rockies, and he's off to a good start, hitting over 300 through the first week of the season with a couple of homers already. And he hit Lester well during the NLCS, 3 for 6 against him last October. Couple of big rips, and it's 0-2.
And I think the reason why Corey Seager, unlike a lot of lefties, has success against Lester is his plate coverage, and that's something that his length will give him. But if you look at even his hot zones of how he hits, I mean, he can cover obviously the end, but middle away with that cutter that Lester likes to throw is a pitch that Seager can handle.
Contreras setting the low target, and Lester bounces it in. In the aftermath of that first start against the Cardinals last week, Lester and Contreras sat down and watched every single pitch that Lester threw in that game and went over every single pitch. Why did you want me to throw that? Why did you want to throw that? Getting to know each other better and better. Hey, he's got talent. He's got power. He's got an arm. He's got energy. He's got confidence.
And he also gets that he needs to learn and get better. So to have that humility along with the talent is huge for his age.
That one a little off the outside edge. Full count.
Well, and it's not easy to come into a great team as a catcher and have an impact. And that's what he did last year. When he came up, yeah, the bat played, but to come in with a veteran staff and have an impact.
Chopper to first. Easy play for Rizzo. So 2 down here in the top of the first, and that'll bring up Justin Turner. And how excited were Dodger fans when their team re-signed Turner to a 4-year deal in the offseason. He's their number 3 hitter, And he's off to a terrific start this year. He's hitting .400 on the season, hitting lefties well. Small sample size alert, 6 for 13 through the first week. Did not hit lefties well last year, which is kind of out of character with the rest of his career, and has never gotten a hit off John Lester. He's 0 for 11, 4 strikeouts in his career against Lester. Dodger fans, not only did they re-sign Turner, Dodger fans were excited about Kenley Jansen coming back, Rich Hill, Chase Utley. The offseason could have gone 100 different ways for the Dodgers, but they brought back a lot of the big guys that they had last year, and that's one of the reasons why Dave Roberts thinks they're better. He thinks, yeah, they retained everybody they needed to. They added to their depth. They think they'll be better against left-handed pitching. One of the reasons why is the guy in the on-deck circle, Franklin Gutierrez, who's in left field tonight. Logan Forsythe, who we saw as the leadoff man.
And you can't overstate how much of a weakness that was for this team last year. I mean, they were awful offensively against left-handed pitching.
Historically bad.
Yes.
Popped up down the right field line, Zobrist. And that's the inning. The Dodgers go in order. Left-hander Alex Wood to the mound for LA when the Cubs come up in the bottom of the first.
By Baez.
A swing and a ball hit high and deep.
It's gone. The Chicago Cubs are going to the World Series.
A series in which the Dodgers led the Cubs 2-1, but the Cubs went on to win it in 6. Advanced to the World Series where they beat the Indians in 7 to win it all. No score going to the bottom of the first, and time now to take a look at the Cubs lineup.
Well, one of the game's great lineups, sprinkled with superstars throughout, and none perhaps more than the 2-hitter, Chris Bryant. And after starting the season 0 for 13, he has started to catch fire. 7 for his last 13. And he's got a lefty on the mound against him tonight. And then Jason Hayward, much talked about his revamped swing. He struggled so mightily last year. Off to a good start, getting some nice results in the 7-hole tonight.
On the mound for the Dodgers, Alex Wood, who comes out of the bullpen to make a start for Rich Hill. Hill on the DL with a blister. So it could be just one start for Wood. Remember, the DL is now a 10-day thing, not a 15-day thing like it used to be. So this could be one and done in the rotation, at least for the moment, for Wood, who it seems throughout his entire major league career, Atlanta, LA, has been both a starter and a reliever. Kyle Schwarber breaks his bat and flies out to left field, 1 down.
And Alex Wood, one of the more funky deliveries you will see from the left side. A lot of hips, arms, knees, elbows. He came right after him with that 2-seam fastball that just gets in on the hands a little bit of Schwarber, and just you see this bat shatter there. He will come after you with a lot of sinking two-seam fastballs, a curveball, and a changeup, a 3-pitch mix. And we would expect the tops maybe 75 pitches or so tonight for Wood. They would hope to get out of them.
Here's the reigning National League MVP, Chris Bryant. And the fastball looked like a strike, but judged to be high for ball 1 to Bryant. As Aaron mentioned, got off to a slow start through the first 3 games, heated up a lot through the last 3 games, and I don't think there was any real concern about Chris Bryant, even though he didn't get a hit in the series against the Cardinals. A guy who not only deservedly won MVP largely on the basis of his offense, but it should not be forgotten how important he was defensively, that he could move around and play in so many different spots, allowing Joe Maddon to move Zobrist around, to move Baez around, to move whoever he wanted to around, and always put what he felt was his best 8 on the field.
And that's ultimately, as you look at 100 starts last year at third, 36 in the outfield or in left field, right, first. But when we talk about the Cubs, as great as they are and the superstar hitters and pitchers they have, the overwhelming strength of this club was their defense. And part of that was the versatility that they have. But guys like Brian able to move around, as you said, to get the best defenders on the field more often.
Brian will draw a walk, and that'll bring up his buddy, first baseman Anthony Rizzo. Yeah, Brian won the MVP. Rizzo finished 4th and had another very typical big-time production Anthony Rizzo kind of season. Won a Silver Slugger, won a Gold Glove, and in many ways, you know, David Ross, and again we'll talk to Ross shortly, was such an important leader, inspirational guy in the clubhouse. Ross has retired. Anthony Rizzo feels to me like he's inherited the mantle. He walked in with the World Series championship trophy tonight onto the field. And although he's not a guy in his 30s, he's a young veteran, if you will, and it feels like he's really the leader of this team. Skies one a mile in the air down the right field line. Yasiel Puig will make the catch for out number 2.
Well, and age really has never been the indicator of who leads this Cubs team. And even though David Ross was the grandpa and the older guy last year, who was always in his back pocket, and it was Anthony Rizzo. And whether it was the World Series or even Game 72, that didn't matter. They were always next to each other learning, and that's why when he comes out on the field after raising the banner, he's the one holding the trophy, and literally his hand on the leadership that David Ross had taught him.
2 down in the inning, runner at first, no score here in the bottom of the first at Wrigley. And here's the World Series MVP, Ben Zobrist. Zobrist, of course, winning the World Series each of the last 2 years. He was a Royal in 15 at the end of the 15 season, and a Cub last year, second year of a 4-year deal with Chicago. Signed to primarily be the second baseman, but the development of Javier Baez, both last October and now early this season, finds Zobrist playing more in the outfield than he is at second base.
But again, it's that athleticism, that versatility of this Cub roster that allows more opportunity for all their talented players to get on the field. And that's been a hallmark of Zobrist's career, his ability to move around and play at a high level at so many different positions.
And how huge he is. I mean, you think about Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo for any opposing pitcher, but really what makes them great is because they have to pitch to them because of who sits behind them in the cleanup spot in Ben Zobrist.
0-2 from Wood. Right on the outside corner to get him and end the inning. So a good start for Alex Wood coming out of the bullpen to make a spot start. We are scoreless at the end of 1 here at Wrigley Field. Field in Chicago tonight. They raise the World Series banner for the Chicago Cubs. No score between the Dodgers and Cubs as we go to the second. John Lester to face left fielder Franklin Gutierrez. Gutierrez at one point was one of the elite defensive outfielders in baseball. Won a Gold Glove as a member of the Mariners in 2010. Suffered a number of injuries, and even more than injuries, suffered a very serious stomach illness, an ailment that cost him months and months at a time. In fact, he did not play at all in the 2014 season, but he resumed his career in 2015. He hit very well against lefties last year, and that's why the Dodgers brought him in. Even if he only platoons, they want to get another potent right-handed bat, a guy who's had success against lefties in there. And as you guys said, until they prove they hit lefties, they're going to see more lefties than anybody else. So platooning may not be what it really. You might play half the time.
Well, I think Gutierrez has been surprised at how much he's gotten so many at bats because the lefties that they've faced in just the first week of the season.
Yeah, and Dave Roberts was. I mean, he was tongue-in-cheek when he said it to us, but he was like, you know, Gutierrez thought he was signing up for 2 games a week. And right now, if you're facing lefties, it's like 4 games a week as a member of the Dodgers.
But let's be clear, this is a luxury Dave Roberts didn't have last year. Gutierrez has pummeled left-handed pitching and hit it for power the last couple of seasons, and he is a game changer against lefties, and I think why they've addressed some of their issues.
Well, here it is as we break down the numbers for the Dodgers last year against left-handed pitching. A well-known story in Los Angeles, a sub-500 mark for a division-winning team against left-handed starters, but even more deeply than that, more relevantly than that, a .214 batting average, the second lowest since 1974, and in the postseason the numbers went down even more. So what is Dave Roberts hoping? He's hoping Logan Forsythe helps. He's hoping Franklin Gutierrez helps. He's hoping Turner hits better against lefties than he did last year. And they're hoping the guy at the plate, Yasiel Puig, finally unlocks that potential of his. Now, the interesting thing about Puig is you look at the overall numbers. First week, they're really good. Hitting almost 300, OPS over 1,000, 2 doubles, 3 homers. The funny thing, he doesn't have a hit against lefties. All of the damage has come against righties. He's 0 for 10 against lefties. And again, a very, very small sample size.
I think, guys, the Dodgers have done enough to address their issues. Now, I don't think it becomes an overwhelming strength for this team, but I think when we look up at the end of the year, they will be more in the middle of the pack when it comes, offensively speaking, against left-handed pitching. And then their strength, which is obviously against right-handed pitching, I think this team is better than they were a year ago.
Fouled off by Puig, and again, anytime a runner gets on base, you got to keep an eye on him against Lester, who doesn't throw to the bases. The inability to be comfortable throwing to the bases, so you will see base runner after base runner take a really aggressive lead.
Yeah, and we're wondering what guys might get out there and really test it and get that big lead. It doesn't look like Gutierrez is one of those guys yet.
And one thing the Dodgers are well aware of is that Wilson Contreras will throw down behind the runner to first base.
Yep, and if you get out to a lead that's 2 or 3 feet further than your normal lead as a base runner, if you're not going, you've got to be careful then with your secondary lead, because if you get too far off, Contreras with that rifle of an arm can cut you down.
Down and in and a full count. Well, so the top 2 catchers in baseball in terms of pickoffs were both Cubs last year. David Ross, now retired, and as mentioned, will join us shortly on the telecast tonight. And now his successor as the #1 catcher, Wilson Contreras. There goes the runner on the 3-2, swing and a miss by Puig. Throw down, and they got him at second.
Well, obviously on a 3-2 count, not a straight steal. You're relying on the hitter to make contact, so it's just a normal lead and a normal jump. And because John Lester is so quick to home plate, and Contreras with that great throwing arm, no chance for Gutierrez. He's out easily as you see Baez apply that tag on the thigh.
You know, you look at some of these young players. We mentioned Contreras, Baez, Albert Almora, who's not in the lineup tonight, but they are so early in their careers and they ooze confidence. And I guess with their ability, you can't blame them for it.
Yeah, and I think part of that is the tone and the culture that has been set here, and I think that started when Joe Madden got here. We're looking at Gutierrez kind of grabbing that hamstring. Hopefully that's not too serious.
Guys, you had that memorable play in the WBC with Javier Baez pointing at Yadier Molina as he caught the ball and made the tag. Well, just as Baez was making that tag, you had John Lester, Anthony Rizzo pointing to the catcher, Wilson Contreras. Great throw.
1-2 to Adrian Gonzalez. Fly ball center field. Coming on to make the catch, Jason Hayward, and the inning is over. No score going to the bottom of the second. While we talked about Contreras succeeding David Ross, they watched David Ross on Dancing with the Stars on the Jumbotron before the game tonight here. We'll talk with the new dancing star after this. Swinging a high fly ball, well hit to deep center. Davis at the wall, it's gone! David Ross just homered off Andrew Miller. What a moment for David Ross. Really, I mean, what a magic carpet ride it was for David Ross last year with the Cubs individually and collectively. Grandpa Rossi, as he came to be known inside the clubhouse, such a big part of the Cubs winning the World Series championship. And now, kind enough to join us from Los Angeles after his time tonight on Dancing with the Stars. He's going to take a red eye back here to Chicago, be part of the ring ceremony Wednesday. First of all, how did it go? We saw you got 3 8s and a 7. Forgive me, is that good? Are you in the next round? Like, how you doing out there?
Well, David, you should know we watched your performance on the big screen here, and they put the phone number up so the whole crowd, you know, you've got over 40,000 people dialing in to vote for you.
I've been trying to figure out the words to use to describe your dance moves the last few weeks. I mean, I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't think. I mean, you had the Chippendales performance last week. We saw the Viennese waltz that you did tonight. I mean, how has this whole process been? Even though you laughed about it, but you're doing a good job.
David, we know you can't see what's going on at the ballpark or what's going on here right now. It's no score, bottom of the second, and Wilson Contreras is up. Just grounded out to third for the second out. Tell us what Wednesday's going to be like for you when you're here for the ring ceremony.
David, you're obviously one of the leaders of this team and beloved in that clubhouse. And there's so many leadership type players, but we were talking earlier about Anthony Rizzo, and we kind of feel like he's that young veteran leader. What's he like in that room? For those who don't know, David Ross also has now joined our team at ESPN. He'll be a big part of the Baseball Tonight coverage and working on select games, select Major League games on ESPN as well. David, we look forward to having some fun with you, probably at your expense at times as well. We look forward to your insight on the air, and we'll wait and see tomorrow night if you would advance to the next round. And we look forward to you being part of the ring ceremony on Wednesday. Thanks for the time. All right, David. Thank you. David Ross, Grandpa Rossi, as he is known here in Chicago. No longer an active player, but still showing he's got some moves.
Monday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by USAA, is brought to you by the LG G6, the big screen that fits in your hand. Banner raising night here in Chicago. No scores. We go to the third. The Dodgers and the Cubs. Alex Wood against John Lester. And Lester facing the bottom third of the lineup. Yasmani Grandal, Jock Peterson, and then the pitcher Wood. Grandal so far on the season is just 2 for 17, but both of the hits were home runs. They both came on opening day against the Rockies, and he hit a home run from each side of the plate in that game.
Two close calls there that go against John Lester, and you can see him taking his time a little bit frustrated with Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, who is known for having more of a tight zone, more of a hitter's zone, if you will.
And a base hit through the left side. Leadoff man aboard for the Dodgers in the third as we send it back to Chris and Dallas in the studio. All right, Chris, thank you. Boy, Chris is working hard in there with Dallas. Dallas is firing on all cylinders tonight in the climate-controlled studio.
That's right.
They've been going 4 hours strong now. The pregame.
Remember, Brock Stassi was the player when he made the Phillies, became so emotional as he gave an interview around his locker toward the end of spring training, and probably endeared himself to everybody who saw that interview.
Yep.
And he's drawing a lot of teasing from teammates about it.
Yes, he is.
Lester facing Jock Peterson. Peterson hitting .250 with a home run, 6 RBIs.
Hey guys, update on Franklin Gutierrez, who came out of the game after that attempted steal at second base. He's being evaluated for a left hamstring injury. That's the word from the Dodgers.
All right, Buster, thank you. Scott Van Slyke took over in left field last half inning for Gutierrez. Grandal with a pretty big lead against Lester, and a 2-0 count on Peterson. There's a strike.
And you know, I think one of the things we'll see now with some of these injuries, especially like soft tissue injuries with a 10-day disabled list now, I think that'll change how clubs go about and DLing guys, perhaps being a little more aggressive to put a guy on the disabled list, whereas in the past we've always seen them kind of wait a few days to see if they can. So that 15's a big deal.
Well, even in a case like Rich Hill, the pitcher for the Dodgers with a blister, they had an off day during the stretch, so 10-day DL means 1 missed start. 15 means minimum 2. A lot easier to convince the pitcher that even in a 50-50 case, you're better served going on the DL, not having the injury get worse, and the team can manage easier. I think roster moves will go up this year in baseball.
No doubt.
If you have the over in the transactions pool, you're in pretty good shape. And nobody, it seems, had more transactions last year than the Dodgers. They used 15 different starting pitchers over the course of the season. Outside, full count.
And Lester has been barking already at Sam Holbrook a few times in this inning as he wanted this call that looks like on K-zone it's just off the corner, but definitely hitting his spot at 94 miles an hour. When he gave up the hit to Grandal, he was barking in pretty hard at Sam Holbrook, who gave it back to him. So that's something to keep an eye on, as that zone is pretty tight.
And there's strike 3 called to get him. Tomorrow night here on ESPN, it'll be Yadier Molina and the Cardinals taking on Bryce Harper and the Nationals in the second game of their 3-game series. Our telecast will be presented by Hankook Tire, and it's also available on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN. Those two teams are meeting tonight in Washington. And the last score we have, the Nats have opened it up, added to their lead, and are now up 11-5 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, this is one of those bunting situations, but Wood taking that first pitch. See Bryant creeping in on the grass.
Lester falls behind 2-0.
And frustrated with himself there because he's probably thinking it's a bunt situation, and perhaps Wood not squaring around at all, especially the first thing, maybe threw him off just a little bit. And we've seen for a guy that's been pinpoint with his command so far, not really close with these first three.
There's a strike, 3-1. No score, top three, runner at first, one out. Dodgers and Cubs. At the knees, a full count. Lester battles back to strike out Wood, 2 down.
John Lester hits his spot. Same strikeout pitch that he got Jock Peterson on, right at the bottom of the zone after coming back 3-0. Gets 3 consecutive strikes with that last one right at the knees.
I think Wood was taken on all 3 of those. And you think about it, maybe a better chance to walk than to get a hit off of John Lester as the pitcher right there. So perhaps not bad strategy. A little surprised, though, to not see him square to bunt at all.
Logan Forsythe, the second baseman, called out on strikes his first time up. .49 pitches already through 2 2/3 for John Lester in his second start of the season. Started opening night against the Cardinals, went 5 innings, gave up a run on 7 hits, picked up a no decision. Knee high strike, 2-1.
Dodgers, you can tell part of the game plan, especially now, second time through the order, is to kind of make John Lester throw a strike, knowing that Sam Holbrook's strike zone is smaller. John Lester lives on the corners. He's going to see that K-zone box is where he lives. And if he's not getting some of those calls, these Dodgers hitters are going to take.
In there for a called strike, 2-2.
Well, and frankly, there's been very little pitches in the heart of the plate. I mean, he's been either living down or, like you said, living on the edges or just off and not getting a lot of the calls.
And a swing and a miss to get him as Lester strikes out 3 in a row after the leadoff base hit to Yasmani Grandal. When we come back, Jess will help us get to know Ben Zobrist a little bit better. At Wrigley Field, time now for Unlimited Access, brought to you by T-Mobile.
Four-sport athlete when you were younger, not drafted out of high school, no college scholarships until $50 gets you to a tryout and you get a scholarship to NAIA school. Paint a picture a little bit of the young Ben Zobrist, 18 years old, and what he would say to the World Series MVP.
Well, I definitely had no clue that I would ever even play Major League Baseball, let alone get a chance to play in a World Series, win one with the Cubs, and be the World Series MVP. I mean, I was a small kid growing up. I was super competitive. I was good for a small town. I mean, yeah, that was at state game when I was in junior high. But I mean, I always loved the game, and I played hard. I was competitive, but I just wasn't as big and as good as a lot of the guys I'm playing with now were at that same age.
Well, you even looked young when you debuted for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, and it was Joe Maddon's first year as manager in 2006. Paint a picture a little bit of Joe Maddon. 101 losses that first year, 98 losses the next year. When he was fresh, he was a young, like, in his experience. What was he like? What was the difference?
Well, for me, the biggest thing that I noticed just as a young player was how positive he was. I think up to that point in the game, the traditional manager was a guy that was kind of quiet and reserved and made the younger players just kind of feel like, hey, you got to pay your dues. And Joe wanted young guys to feel comfortable from the start. And, I was one of those guys that benefited from that. You're trying to find your place in the big leagues, and he was a guy that was super positive. Even when we were losing a bunch of games, he was like, hey, let's pick out the things that we did well. Let's focus on those things. And he would always try to really build the self-esteem of our guys, and it paid off really quickly, back in 08 when we were able to go to the World Series.
Oh, and one of the guys that did this even last year, feeling the heartbeat is a big theme, but Jason Hayward, huge moment in that Game 7 during the rain delay. We have a cartoon of that, and here you are sitting next to him. But all kidding aside, what was that moment like in Game 7 when he spoke?
I mean, it was exactly what we needed. It was just the perfect timing to have somebody step up, and really the fact that it was him, considering kind of the kind of year he had last year and how he could have easily been down on himself, and he was all about the team.
Yeah.
He was all about focusing on how we can win this thing and bringing everybody together. And in that moment, for him to step up and say that just was the perfect timing to get us in the right frame of mind and focus back on getting back where we wanted to be.
And part of that was the 10th inning of the World Series. You hit that double. That comes out of the rain delay, comes out of that moment. Describe this.
Man, it's hard to describe just because the emotions were so high. And we had been so low up to that point, the last few innings.
Look at this.
Obviously, I mean, that's about as much ups as I have. I played basketball. That would probably get me to the bottom of the net. But, I mean, just the emotions of that moment, I still get chills when I watch it and hear the sound of it and feel the memory again. It's just an incredible experience to be able to know that I was able to come through for the team in that moment.
Ben, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess.
It was cool too. We didn't get to it in that conversation, but his wife, Juliana Zobrist, is a rock star herself, sang the God Bless America before the game, and how special that moment was because she's touring the country. She had an album that came out, Shatterproof, last year, so she's all over the place. They've got 3 kids, but how they make that work is a really interesting dynamic.
I got a question for you. $50. He paid $50 to go to a tryout out of high school?
Yeah, so he had no scholarships, and he had basically committed to go into ministry. He was going to be a minister and was absolutely just done playing baseball because no offers, no anything. And so his parents said, look, $50 is too much, but your birthday's coming up. If you want to take that money out of the money your grandparents gave you, then you can go to this tryout. So he did.
If he'd been born in a different month, he might not be a baseball player, is what you're saying. If his grandparents hadn't stepped up with a birthday present to get him to a tryout, he might not have been a baseball player.
He absolutely said that he played his last game his senior year saying, this is the last time I'm going to play baseball. And it's unbelievable to think of the career he's had with just that $50.
Pretty good return on investment, really.
I would say.
Yeah. It's turned out pretty well for him.
No, and it's been impressive to see the type of player, and him talking about Joe Maddon, especially when you think about the 11 years ago type of manager that he was when he was losing a lot, and how different, similar that he was, but Ben Zobrist, you got to remember then, that's the beginning of him moving to all kinds of different positions and bringing that over to the Cubs to then have the Chris Bryants and the Javier Baezes be influenced by that.
I mean, the perfect Cub-type player to acquire before last offseason, before their championship. I mean, we've touched on it, the versatility and the roster flexibility it gives that man on a nightly basis to have athletic, defensively capable players is huge.
Schwarber lifts a fly ball down the right field line. Puig over for a look. Can't make the grab off his glove and into the stands. And he's charged with an error on the play.
This is one of those instances you want to find the wall first so then you don't have to reach the way that he did. If he goes to the wall and is able to kind of track the ball, hold on to it, but you see he's kind of stops a little short, reaches, just hits off the palm of his glove and bounces into the stands.
Well, and remember, first, it's not his home park. And remember, the bullpens are gone. They've made some adjustments, added some seats. They told us they moved that brick wall a little bit. Looks like there's even less room down the line than there was a year ago, and Puig obviously was aware of the presence. I mean, that's a brick wall.
It's almost though like he reached, like he thought he was closer to the wall than he
thought.
was.
Yeah, he came up about 2 feet short, and that's something you do sometimes as an outfielder, especially a park like this.
And he's looking up at the flags right now too, because that wind is blowing straight from left to right field. So those balls are definitely moving. He probably thought that was going to end up a little more in fair territory, but the wind really carried that almost into the bleachers.
Two down, bases empty, full count on Kyle Schwarber, who flied out his first time up.
How about Alex Wood? Throwing hard tonight. He's been 93, 94 miles an hour with that fastball and a lot of four-seam fastballs. He's been challenging these Cub hitters at the top of the zone a lot. There's another
95.
95, and I think that's a four-seamer as well. He's usually really goes after you with the two-seamer, tries to keep the ball on the ground, and then mixes in that curve and change. Tonight, it's been a lot of four-seam fastballs and a lot of velocity.
And that's something I seen with him coming out of the bullpen. I saw him last week when the only time that he's seen game action, and he started throwing that four-seamer a lot because he was getting the velocity. And he even said he usually tops out 91, 92, but he's been getting the velocity 93, 94, and now tonight 95 with that four-seam fastball.
Here's Chris Bryant, who drew a walk his first time up. Of course, it was Bryant who had the ground ball, the last play of the World Series, hit to him off the bat of Michael Martinez last year. Wet grass after the rain delay, and Bryant slipped as he threw. His foot came out from under him a little bit. The throw was a little high, but on target to Rizzo. And you know, again, for Cub fans, who so many of them would refuse to believe that they could possibly win until they won, to see, you know, Bryant lack for solid footing on that ground ball. Just one more opportunity to say, oh no.
I remember as we were doing the game, and it was almost in slow motion. I saw that foot coming out, and I was like, where is this going to end up? Right in the back of Rizzo's mitt.
Out of play. We are very excited about the latest ESPN docuseries called We the Fans. It's an 8-part up-close and ultra-personal look into the lives of Chicago Bears season ticket holders in Section 250 at Soldier Field. The premiere episode airs Tuesday, tomorrow night, 10 Eastern, and is streaming live on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN. 2-2 now on Bryant.
Change up there from Wood. It's been a lot of fastballs tonight. We've seen a good number of changeups. It's been very few breaking balls, and one of the things, you know, on cold nights, sometimes that's a pitch that pitchers will struggle to create that spin. You'll see guys at times go to more fastball changeup combination. That's what we've seen for the most part.
Runner goes as Bryant hooks one toward the left field corner. Off the wall on a bounce. Schwarber around third will come in to score. Van Slyke struggled with it momentarily, now gets it back into the infield, but it's still an RBI double for Bryant.
The changeup has been an Achilles heel pitch for Chris Bryant. He sees a lot of them. That is probably the biggest scouting report on how to pitch Chris Bryant. He gets one here. It's up in the zone, and just watch the length of his swing. So he's a little bit beat on his front side, but he's able to carry that backside and length of his barrel. This is what allows Chris Bryant to be so powerful. So yes, it's a changeup, a pitch that he doesn't always hit well, but he gets it up in the zone, able to stay through it to get the RBI double.
And remember, it was the error by Puig. He was charged with an error on the play. The fly ball in a foul territory off the bat of Schwarber. Couldn't make the catch. Schwarber eventually walked, and now driven in by Bryant for the first run of the night.
And Wood all of a sudden goes from perhaps getting out of this inning at 34, 35 pitches through 3. Now all of a sudden up over 40 and in the middle of this Cubs lineup.
Here's Rizzo.
Dave Roberts talked pregame about 75 being the limit that he would probably put on Alex Wood because he's coming out of the bullpen. They haven't fully stretched him out to go more than that.
For Cunningham, the longtime pitching coach of the Dodgers. Roberts in the background. Strike over the outside corner, 1-1 on Anthony Rizzo. Fly ball to right field his first time up.
And Rizzo's still looking for his first RBI on the season. Off to a slow start here, the first week now plus.
At what point, if a hitter is struggling, and I ask this knowing because you've told me you had a year where I think you went into June and then you got really hot and finished well, but at what point in a season does a hitter say, okay, it's not just a week or 10 days, this is a situation?
Well, everyone's a little bit different, and I'll tell you, Anthony Rizzo's not close.
Oh, and I'm not, no, I'm not implying he is.
No, and I know you weren't.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing, though, these early weeks, these early days is it is all we have to go off of. And, you know, as a hitter, you walk up there and you see that, whatever on the screen or on the big board. And, you know, it can mess with your psyche and just slow down the process of you getting into your good rhythm, your good routine of the season. That's why early in the season, even if you're winning games and stuff, managers and coaches, they want to see everyone kind of get firsts out of the way, kind of get on a little bit of a roll so they can get into the normal grind of the season.
Little looper to left, just foul down the line over third base.
Because it just becomes a story and you start grinding out a little more than you want to in the early weeks of the season. So, you know, for Rizzo here to potentially get an RBI, you know, it just helps settle you in a little bit and you can get into the normal rigors of the season.
Everything magnified on the scoreboard this early in the year. Your ERA, your batting average, whatever the case may be. But he'll be 30 and 100 at the end of the season. He's about as rock solid, consistent a hitter in terms of production as there is in the game right now.
Big change as we see his average year the last 3 seasons at OPS over 900. He's become much more consistent against left-handed pitching, and that's really allowed him to become a superstar now in the game.
And we've talked about this a lot in Cubs games that we've covered, but especially against lefties. He just stands right on the plate, dares you to try to throw the ball inside, and pitchers just have a tough time doing it.
He stands on the plate, but also his hands. He's choked up on the bat with 2 strikes, which I think is a huge help right now. What you're seeing him do is battle Alex Wood, foul off pitches, shorten that bat more so for contact with 2 strikes.
Yeah, really choking up now. Full count pitch on the way outside, ball 4. So the inning will continue as Jess's guest before the game. Don't you help us get to know him better? Ben Zobrist comes up, the MVP of the World Series, as we mentioned a year ago. In his first year as a member of the Cubs, 2nd World Series in a row, won it with the Royals in 2015.
But this is a great example right now as we look at Dave Roberts probably talking to the bullpen, and looks like Rick Honeycutt headed out to the mound to talk to Alex Wood. But this is where this team offensively, the Cubs, is so deadly. They just wear you down. So even on a night where Alex Wood is pitching really well and kind of keeping them at bay the first time through the order, you know, they get a break on the air from Puig, but then Schwarber works the walk. Chris Bryant has a long at bat before hitting the ringing double with 2 strikes. Rizzo just grinding away, spoiling pitches, lefty on lefty, works the walk. Now all of a sudden, Alex Wood, who's kind of cruising through potentially the first 3 innings, is about to throw his 50th pitch of the night to another hitter that is not only very good in these situations with runners out there, but also a guy that grinds out at bats. So it's just really hard work.
So a long inning for Wood, one which, as we mentioned, could have ended much sooner and without a run scoring. And after the meeting on the mound, he will face Zobrist with some bullpen activity. And again, new bullpens here at Wrigley, no longer down the lines. Ross Stripling is up in the pen for the Dodgers. They are now tucked under the bleachers. The Dodgers in right center, the Cubs in left center. And there it is. You can't see in from the field. The relievers can see out, one-way glass. Now behind the bullpens, which is still within the ballpark, fans can walk on a concourse and they can look in to the bullpens from behind, but the relievers can't see out.
It's almost like caged animals. It's like a zoo. It has signage too, like don't feed the animals, but it actually says don't hit on the glass and distract the relief pitchers.
Good movement on that pitch, and it's 1-2 on Zobrist.
One thing about that glass that's in front of the relievers, a Cubs coach went out this afternoon and tested it, and the ball absolutely trampolines off that. So if any line drive hits that, it is going to ricochet a long way.
What kind of glass is that? Does it break? It's like a trampoline. See one side.
One of the new features here at Wrigley as they continue to renovate, remodel the ballpark and the area around the ballpark. They've got a new square off to the left, just on the third base side of the field, out by Clark. Cubs offices have gone up a building down the left field line. They're building a hotel across the street. Oh yeah, and some banners. That's Cubs fans' favorite new thing about the ballpark this year. 2-2. And that's the inning. Zobrist didn't like it, called out on strikes. Wood with number 4. But the Cubs get a run. The air charge to Yasiel Puig, keeping the inning alive, and Chris Bryant would drive in Kyle Schwarber with the first run of the game. World Series championship last year, the Cubs became just the 7th team ever to come back from a 3-1 deficit in the World Series. 103 wins, the most by a Cubs team in over a century. The best record in baseball for the first time since 1945. And they were 57-24 in the regular season here at Wrigley Field. They were the team all season long that just about everybody felt was the best team in baseball. Yet, as we have mentioned, they were pushed by the Giants. They were up 2-1, but man, they really wanted to win Game 4. They didn't want to face Johnny Cueto again in Game 5. Then they trailed the Dodgers 2-1 in the NLCS, had been shut out in Game 2 and Game 3 before finding their offense, winning the series in 6, and of course trailed the Indians 3-1 and survived that remarkable comeback by the Indians in Game 7 to win the World Series. Corey Seager, Justin Turner, Scott Van Slyke for the Dodgers here in the 4th inning against John Lester. 1-0 Cubs on an RBI double by Chris Bryant in the bottom of the 3rd. Inside, Lester a little unhappy with himself. His command has not been anywhere close to what it typically is. 56 pitches, 28 balls, 28 strikes.
On his signature pitch, which is that cut fastball, he hasn't utilized it at least the first time through the lineup, really sticking with his straight fastball.
Sharply hit to the right side, sliding stop by Baez. Let's go back to the studio with Chris in Dallas.
The rake and the hose.
I got to tell you, I like that.
Did you write that down? I'm going to write that one down.
Seriously, I'm bringing my rake and my hose.
I like that.
Gardener. I like it.
Now about the lettuce, though.
Referring to the beard of Dallas Braden and the bun.
I better go easy on him. He
with all your lettuce and all.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was another point I was going to make, but thanks for helping me get there.
Well, since you fully embrace it.
Yeah, I do.
You can say whatever.
I can say whatever, right? No, Dallas and I are head-to-head in the ESPN Fantasy League, and he's taking it to me pretty good. There's a drive to deep center and caught by Jason Hayward. Twisting and turning and battling the wind here that is blowing left to right and making a really nice catch out on the warning track.
Just look at the path that Jason Hayward took to this ball that's hit over his head. Watch, he turns to his right, comes back to his left. The wind out there bringing it back. And that's one of the harder things to do, especially as a center fielder, is when you turn the wrong way and then look, he has to take his eyes off the ball. I can't tell you as an outfielder how hard that is, and then to pick it back up and catch it again. And remember, normally he's in right field, playing center tonight.
And look at those flags. You know, we talked about on the Puig ball, but there's no doubt that ball was pushed hard to the right and probably got knocked down a little bit. It looked like Turner really put a charge into that ball. One of the few mistakes in the heart of the plate with the fastball that Lester's made. Even though at times he's been out of the zone, he hasn't made a lot of mistakes in the middle of the plate. That's why, for the most part, he's really avoided any kind of trouble so far tonight.
First at bat of the night for Scott Van Slyke came on defensively after Franklin Gutierrez suffered a hamstring injury, trying to steal second back in the 2nd inning. A lot of depth for the Dodgers. Seems like every year we talk about how many options they have in the outfield, even if they do have some injuries, and they do again this year. Andre Ethier is on the DL right now, but Van Slyke, a guy, generally gets most of his at-bats against lefties, can fill in at first base as well. Here is what happened to Gutierrez back in the 2nd.
Well, remember on the 3-2 count, he was running on the pitch and the strikeout. You see him right before the slide kind of pull up and just tweak that hamstring, hopefully something that's not too long, but he's such an important part to this team, especially against the left-handed pitching, as we talked about.
A swing and a miss by Van Slyke. 6 strikeouts through 4 shutout innings for John Lester. Baseball on ESPN is presented by USAA. Dan Shulman, Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Boone, Buster Olney. Here on banner raising night at Wrigley Field in Chicago. 1-0 the Cubs lead the Dodgers going to the bottom of the 4th. Off day for these two teams tomorrow. They will resume the series on Wednesday night when the Cubs will get their World Series rings, which we understand, Buster had this, each ring has 108 diamonds in it.
Holy diamonds.
To commemorate, or maybe, I guess commemorate is the right word, the 108-year drought between World Series championships. Russell with a base hit up the middle. So Buster, is Buster down there?
I'm here.
Buster, does that mean if they win again, they just get like one enormous diamond on their ring next year?
I think they would take that. They would take that. That would certainly be the logic, yes.
And the poor Dodgers, they have to. They're here for another kind of ceremony. Aaron, were you ever in the Dodgers situation, watching another team celebrate on the next opening day of the season?
No. And I would think there's a part of the Dodgers that thinks, all right, this is kind of cool, but I guarantee you by the end of tonight, and certainly by Wednesday, they'll be about cubbed out.
Play him Wednesday, play him again Thursday. Then the Dodgers go home and have a homestand against the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. Clayton Kershaw and company facing a couple of teams who are looking really interesting in the early going in Arizona and Colorado.
Now West looks like it could be really tough.
Wilson Contreras, the batter, a ground out his first time up. a strike, 1-1 on Contreras. Wood's done a terrific job coming out of the bullpen to make a spot start for Rich Hill on the DL with a blister. Was allowed to blow into his hand on this, would you say, chilly night?
Yes.
Or is it frigid? Where are we on this right
Straight
now?
up cold.
It's straight up cold.
With the wind.
Yeah. And I don't care if you're from California like you, or Arizona like him, or Canada like me. It's cold. And I'm owning that.
Tim Kirkchin on Baseball Tonight said the temperature dropped about 20 degrees in a second.
Yeah.
And it really is what it felt like.
Yeah.
It was a kind of a warm, almost humid
I have my jacket off.
day, and then all of a sudden, what just happened?
And then all of a sudden it was like we were on the other side of the wall in Game of Thrones. I mean, it got cold.
The Midwest in April do some funny things to you.
Yeah. But again, it didn't appear to dampen the spirits of anybody in the ballpark.
No.
Cub fans have waited their entire lives for a night like tonight to raise a World Series banner. Spanked into left field, a base hit for Contreras. Up to second. On the play goes Russell. Scott's MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run is the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. It's free for boys and girls ages 7 to 14. Play your way to the national finals and have the chance to compete during All-Star Week in Miami. Find a local competition in your area at pitchhitrun.com. Maybe that guy will be there. Maybe that young man can pitch and hit and run.
We've talked about Wood and his use of the four-seam fastball more tonight. That was a changeup that was rifled into left field, but this is now where you might want to get back to that bread and butter.
Ball goes into center field, and both runners are going to advance.
I'm not sure if that hit the dirt or if Seager just missed the ball. It's a good job by Contreras of at least being aware and recognizing right away that that ball was into center field. And once Russell was on his way to third, he's able to move up, and that now takes any ground ball situation out of play, or that double play obviously out of play. And with no outs now, a chance for the Cubs to add to this lead.
E1 is the scoring. Infield in for the Dodgers. Jason Hayward, the batter, was strikeout his first time up, but off to a very good start on the young season. Popped it up. Forsythe back again. The wind tricky here tonight, but he'll make the catch for the first out.
And that's a tough result right there, you know, for Hayward in his first home game. As we look at the bullpen again, Ross Stripling getting hot and ready. But frankly, Jess, I like that swing a little bit better right there. He's in a strong position, at least in that swing, and he just got underneath
Jason
the ball.
Hayward.
Yeah, but that's a different than what we saw on opening night.
And one of the new rules, intentional walk. No 4 pitches. The signal is given. Javier Baez takes off the shin guard and just jogs down to first.
Guys, there's not really an official way teams do this. Adrian Gonzalez came in and looked into the dugout and looked at the umpire, looked at Alex Wood, looked back into the dugout, and then waggled 4 fingers.
Pretty standard signal there from Roberts, and down to first goes Baez, and now with the bases loaded, 1 out, here's Lester.
Well, we've seen Alex Wood. We talked early in the game about him hitting 94, 95 with his fastball. And remember, this is a guy who came out of the bullpen. That was his rule, and because of that, he's gained velocity. But as we see the pitch count go up, we're seeing the velocity start to drop. And because of that, you're seeing more of the off speed and relying more on his changeup and a little bit on that curveball.
Well, the only scary thing, though, about putting Baez on in that situation is Kyle Schwarber's on deck, and unless Lester hits into a double play, he's going to come to bat. You almost would have been tempted to see if Wood couldn't work the periphery of the strike zone and see if Baez, who, as we know, is a free swinger, maybe get him to chase a pitch.
Diving stop at third. Safe at second. They don't get an out anywhere, and a run comes in to score.
Well, it's such a slow developing play, and it's a good play by Turner, but you hate to leave your feet when a ball is hit this softly, because you're going to have no chance at the double play, and you know, because the runner at first, Baez, who runs pretty well, is going to be aggressively getting to second base. So leaving your feet in that situation, you're taking a chance that you're not going to be able to get this ball and get anyone, let alone the double play. And sure enough, Baez hustling. Does he beat it? I don't know. We'll get a couple of looks, but
yes.
Dodgers want to have a look at it, so their contention must be that the left foot of Baez slid over the bag. And was he not in contact with the bag at all?
Well, his hand comes under the back of the front of the bag as his foot comes up.
But it's a force, so he had to get the foot there before the ball was in the glove.
Right, and I don't think there's anything that tells you that the foot is not there for sure, is there?
His left foot appeared to go directly into the left leg of Forsythe. The question was, did any part of him get to the bag? I think they might have a case. Whether they overturn it is another story.
Okay,
but
that left foot.
Yeah, I don't think the left foot hit the base.
You're right, and when we see it from behind, from first base, it shows you where the left foot is that whole time, and it definitely, I think, is.
He's not on. I don't think he's on the base. The right knee is bent. He's not there. The hand gets there later.
You're right. Yeah. He should be out.
Yeah, but did the foot graze the base? You don't.
Right.
Do we
is
know
there
that
enough
for
to
sure?
overturn it?
Yeah.
The call on the field is safe. Is there enough to definitively overturn it? Either way, the run scores.
You
the
almost
difference.
have to piece it together, and here's the look from behind first base. So that left foot, do you truly know where it is? I think it's probably almost impossible, being, you know, several inches to the left, that it hit the bag at any point.
And baseball has said they're making a concerted effort to do these quicker, to keep them under 2 minutes. This does not appear to be one of those cases. Feels like we're over 2 minutes here and counting. Was any part of Baez on the bag before Forsythe, who by the way made a really good play with a runner bearing down on him and a throw that was a little bit wide?
I'm saying there's no chance that left foot is on the base.
It's not.
That should be
He's
over.
out.
Yeah, that's an out.
He should be out. Again, the run scores either way. The difference is it's either an RBI single for Lester or a fielder's choice RBI for Lester with an out recorded on the play. And he is out.
It's a good call.
Well, they don't agree here, but
it's a good call.
It is a good call. It's the proper call.
And I'm glad they took the time, because it took us that long of a time to be absolutely certain that you could see it. And I think on the last look that we had was the best one, because you could see that that left foot never actually hit the bag.
So fielder's choice RBI. The Dodgers maintain their challenge because they were right on this one. It's first and third, one out, or first and third, excuse me, 2 outs, and a run in to make it 2-0. And now the batter is Schwarber. Adrian Gonzalez was asking the dugout, where do they want him to play, on the bag or behind the runner? He'll play behind the runner. And what could be Wood's last batter of the night, one way or another. Schwarber has flied out and walked and scored. So a run in the third, another here in the fourth for the Cubs, up 2-0. And errors have factored into both innings. An error on Yasiel Puig in the third and an error on the pitcher Alex Wood here in the fourth. Check swing and a ball down and away. Any chance the Cubs turn him loose?
I think it's up to him, but I think the way they've pitched him, I think he lays off.
Ball four. Bases loaded for Bryant. Will Wood stay, or is that the end of the line for him? And here comes Dave Roberts. Ross Stripling will come into the game, inheriting a bases loaded situation with the reigning MVP coming up. Cubs up 2-0, bottom of the fourth. Boy, Coors Field, excellent cycle park, as Will Myers finds out. Loaded up for the Cubs with 2 down. They're up 2-0, bottom of the fourth. Chris Bryant facing the new pitcher for the Dodgers, right-hander Ross Stripling. Stripling, best known, I think, for in his major league debut last year, April the 8th at San Francisco, threw 7 1/3 no-hit innings, but hit a pitch count. Remember, he had Tommy John surgery a couple of years earlier, and Dave Roberts in his first week and a half as a big league manager had to go out to the mound and take the ball from a guy in the 8th inning of a no-hit bid. Made a tough choice, but made the right choice.
Yeah, and now playing a big role in this Dodger bullpen. Going to be one of their long men. Will probably serve multiple roles, but a starter's repertoire: fastball, usually in the low 90s, 2 and 4 seam, slider, curveball, and change, on to limit the damage here against the MVP.
Got in on his hands and gets a pop-up. And that'll end the inning. The Cubs leave them loaded, but they do add another run, and at the end of 4 now lead the Dodgers 2-0.
been with you since the beginning. It will be with you at the end. It's up to you how it will be remembered. The NFL Draft on ESPN.
NFL Draft coming your way April 27th. You want to give the Stanford guy a little love?
Yeah, I was just going to say Stanford grad Christian McCaffrey. I'm excited to see him and where he ends up in his career.
I think, and I'm sure your husband would think as well, he would fit beautifully in the Green Bay Packers outfit.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I think he would be a fantastic fit. Aaron Rodgers, a little handoff to McCaffrey. I can see it now.
Here's Yasiel Puig leading off the 5th. Dodgers down 2-0, facing John Lester, who has given up just 1 hit tonight and has walked 1 and has struck out 6, including Puig back in the 2nd. Puig in his major league career has had a ton of success in this ballpark and against the Cubs, whether he faces them home or away. Big swing and a foul off. How about this? A proposal here at Wrigley Field.
Wow, what a night.
Raised the banner for the first time in 108 years, and they're getting married. That's a productive evening. Hot shot to third. Big stretch by Rizzo to record the out.
Well, pretty well hit ball by Puig here, and it's a good job by Bryant handling kind of a tough in-between hop down there at third base. Gets a lot on this throw, but you see Anthony Rizzo has gotten really well known for his stretches over there, helping his buddies out in the dirt.
Ouch.
Helps Bryant out there. Fortunately, he's been doing those dance moves with Grandpa Rossi. He's able to stretch like that, no problem. That's right.
Solid hamstring usage.
Here's Adrian Gonzalez. Kind of strange to see Gonzalez hitting in the 6th spot, and it's only against lefties when he does it, and it doesn't even happen all the time against lefties. But again, the Dodgers trying to figure out a way to hit lefties better. So Franklin Gutierrez, although he injured a hamstring tonight because he'd had such success against lefties last year, he's hitting cleanup. Puig hitting 5th. Puig has hit as low as 8th against righties, but up in the 5 spot against lefties. But still, you know, you don't expect to see Adrian Gonzalez hitting 6th.
Well, he was one of the guys that struggled against lefties last year.
Yep.
Just a 602 OPS, hit just 244 without a lot of power. So you understand them sliding him down just a bit.
Hey, back to the Rizzo stretch for a second. Did you ever go to a first baseman and say, hey man, you really saved me there, I'm going to take you out for dinner, and then actually take them out for dinner? Did you ever like really thank a first baseman for bailing you out on an errant throw at third?
Yeah, I used to give it up to Case every now and then, but I still always made him pay.
I was going to say.
Line foul. Case being Sean Case.
Yeah, of course, Sean Casey. He'd pick me up from time to time, but
Totally Booney. He'd be like, I got you. I'm taking you to dinner. Hey, I got to go, but if you got the bill, we're good here.
That's my man.
Didn't shock anybody that Sean Casey wound up in broadcasting at the end of his career. He was always a good talker.
Yep. Dodgers. The Dodgers
Dodger
taking
fans
over
on the rooftops.
Yeah.
Coming in from LA.
Four straight NL West Division titles. Trip to the NLCS last year. Have not been to the World Series since the last time they won the World Series, 1988. But Dave Roberts and those above him, and the guys wearing the uniforms in the clubhouse, they think they've got everything they need to make a good run at it this year.
Well, at times Lester has struggled a bit with his command tonight, but he has not made mistakes and been living on the edges. A lot of pitches like this with the fastball where he's been dotting it on both sides of the plate, both corners. Here where Turner gets a pretty good piece of it, but also he's had the cut fastball going there, a cutter away, there, a cutter at the bottom of the zone, and well, we didn't see Forsythe, the backdoor cut fastball for one of his strikeouts, but no, there's been spots where he's lost his command for a second.
Yasmani Grandal lines one to left center, and a running grab made by Kyle Schwarber. 3 up and 3 down go the Dodgers. 9 in a row set down by Lester. Schwarber showing that knee is A-OK. ESPN is presented by USAA. We go bottom 5 here at Wrigley Field with the Cubs leading the Dodgers 2-0 in their home opener. Runs driven in tonight by Chris Bryant and John Lester. Anthony Rizzo will lead off the 5th against Ross Stripling. Rizzo with a fly ball and a walk tonight. As always, the shift is on. 3 on the right side. What did we see on baseball tonight before the game? DJ LeMahieu was the batter for Colorado, and I mean it was a reverse shift, right? It was an opposite field shift, more extreme than you guys have ever seen.
Yeah, I think in the outfield, I mean, it was the equivalent of Jock Peterson being or that ATI sign in right center field. He was that far over in right center, and the left fielder was over to where probably
liner to right, 1 down. Play ball is MLB's initiative to inspire all forms of baseball and softball participation, making play opportunities available and fun for everyone. To learn more, go to playball.org. And then how did he make the out? He had a ground ball to short. I think he had a ground ball to short.
Double play ball.
Double play ball.
Yeah.
But the right fielder was like way in right center, and the left fielder was way in
the
left
left
center.
fielder was almost to where probably the 368 would be in this ballpark. It was It was that far over.
Playing to go opposite field. I mean, I
Yeah.
think that was the most unique part.
Zobrist drives the ball to left field, and a quick second out as we go back to Chris Cotter in the studio. And the Padres at the 500 mark at 4-4. Reynolds filling in for the injured Ian Desmond for Colorado in the early part of the season. Here's Addison Russell, a quick 2 down, bases empty for the Cubs here, bottom 5. And Stripling pumps in a strike. Russell has popped up in foul territory and had a base hit. Last year drove in 95 runs. And the way the lineup looks right now in the playoffs, at the beginning of the playoffs he was really struggling last year, was dropped down to the 8th spot on a number of occasions, but it looks like he's kind of a lock in the 5 spot right now. Although that man right there,
yeah,
he's been known to tinker.
Well, lock is never a word
Yeah.
you use around Joe Maddon.
Yeah.
He held up his lineup card yesterday and actually drew a line with his hand and said these top 5 pretty much going to leave those as is.
Said that tonight, because it was opening night commemorating the World Series, the banner and so forth, that he used his heartbeat to fill out the lineup, not the math. So he wanted everybody who was a significant part of the World Series team from a year ago to be in the lineup tonight. The same philosophy that he followed on opening night last week in St. Louis.
Right. On a normal game with Alex Wood starting against him, this could have been a night where you see Almora Jr. out in center field, maybe Schwarber not in the lineup, maybe not in the leadoff spot.
Maybe Jason Hayward as a lefty gets a rest instead of playing right.
And a swing and a miss by Russell to end the inning. End of 5 at Wrigley. 2-0 Cubs.
Swinging a high fly ball. That's a grand slam. Russell blows it open. He's got 6 RBIs.
What a monster night Addison Russell had. And again, earlier on in the postseason, he had really been scuffed. Remember, Russell and Rizzo were both struggling to hit earlier on in the postseason, but they certainly found their bats later on in October. Both big parts of the Cubs going on to win the World Series. Jock Peterson, the batter, and on the appeal he went around, says third base ump Dan Iasoni. It'll be Peterson, then looks like a pinch hitter. Kike Hernandez is out of the on-deck circle for the pitcher Ross Stripling, and then back to the top of the order for Logan Forsythe. And a bouncer up the middle, a base hit to lead it off here in the 6th as we check in again with Chris back in the studio. All right, guys, thank you. Back here at Wrigley, Peterson with a leadoff base hit. We'll see how aggressive he is taking a lead against Lester. And here's Kike Hernandez pinch hitting for Ross Stripling, and not only aggressive. Look at the kind of lead he's taking. Look at the form.
Track and field style.
He's in the blocks.
I like the approach, but now if you're going to do that, now go. You're in position to take off.
So the thinking here is Lester will not throw over, so you may as well save some time not having to turn.
He got down in the three-point stance there.
I mean, that's like
he's
a
getting
full-on.
He's getting ready to rush the passer over there.
But watch John Lester try to not be consistent with his holds, as you see Jock full-on get down. It's Usain Bolt style. Like
I think he kind of lost his balance and went down in a three-point stance.
No, look.
You think he meant to?
Look.
Fly ball centered, shallow. But you know what's interesting, and we talk about this in every single John Lester start we do. Teams are aggressive, but they're doing things they're not used to doing, and they appear to be out of their comfort zone. So they do the first step, but they don't take advantage of it. Or they're not able to take advantage of it.
And frankly, the hard part is the first step. The hard part is getting out there in no man's land 2 or 3 steps further than you normally would. But he's out there. He's in a great position to go. Now, just as soon as you see him move, go, and you're in good position.
Looked like Rizzo was asked, what are you doing? Anthony Rizzo was just talking to Jock.
What I don't understand is don't hop around. Go get to the spot.
Yeah.
And now don't, because you flinch. You start flinching, and then you leave before. Go on his movement. He's in position when he gets out there. Now don't hop around. Be still. As soon as he picks up, you're off. He's jumping before he goes. So then he's out of position, and now he has no secondary lead, so it turns into a bad lead.
And he's worried about Contreras back throwing behind him. So you see you see after he leads, he's leaning back towards first base. So now he's eliminated. Even if there's a hit right now to right field, he probably doesn't even get to third base.
Exactly.
I mean, he's way out there now. Into center field, a base hit for Forsythe. And Peterson up to second. Tomorrow night, more Major League action coming your way. 7 o'clock Eastern time here on ESPN. It'll be the Cardinals and the Nationals in the second game of their series. Washington winning tonight. The telecast is presented by Hankook Tire and also available on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN. So 2 men on with only 1 out for the Dodgers here in the 6th inning. The first time the Dodgers have gotten a runner in scoring position tonight. And here's Corey Seager 0 for 2.
John Lester now creeping up on 90 pitches. But again, he keeps making pitches like that. So even when he loses a little bit of command, his command are non-hittable pitches, and then he's dominated the corners and the periphery of the strike zone with both his fastball and his cut fastball.
outside, says home plate umpire Sam Holbrook. 1-1. Just 3 hits allowed by Lester, but 2 of them here this inning. I keep instinctively kind of looking down the line to see if anybody's warming up, and the bullpens aren't there anymore.
but you see Fields is warming up for the Dodgers. They do have that on the board.
So this leaves San Francisco's got bullpens down the line. Oakland and Tampa Bay. Right? I think that might be it. That's a fair ball. It'll bounce out to Zobrist in deep right, around third, coming in to score Peterson. Into third is Forsythe on an RBI double by Seager, and the Dodgers are back within a run.
And this is the adjustment. A young hitter that Corey Seager is, his first at bat, that was the same pitch that he ended up grounding out to first base. He gets sawed off, and on this cut fastball that comes at his hands and then runs back over the plate. Watch how Seager now is able to get the barrel out on a pitch that just 2 at bats ago he got too close to his hand. So he makes the adjustment. He has an approach looking for that same location, and now he pulls it down the line.
And here comes pitching coach Chris Bosio to the mound, and that probably is a signal as well that somebody's getting up in the Cubs bullpen.
Well, and I also,
it's Justin Green.
More than that, though, Dan, I think it's to see how they want to attack Turner. With first base open, Gutierrez obviously out of the game. You got Van Slyke hitting now behind Justin Turner. This is just, I think, more than anything, strategy about how do we want to go after Turner. Do we want to put him on? Do we want to just pitch carefully to him, or do we want to attack him?
And remember his last at bat, I mean, he just missed. In fact, I thought off the bat that ball was a home run that he hit his last at bat. The wind kept it in. That's where we saw Jason Hayward kind of circle around and make the catch. But he had a good at bat, his last one against Lester.
Yeah, remember though, now 0 for 13 in his career against John Lester. So they'll attack him here, but I do think they'll at least pitch carefully to him with the base open.
Scott Van Slyke is on deck. A run in for the Dodgers. Second and third, 1 out. 2-1 Cubs now here, top 6. With Forsythe the runner at third, Seager at second.
And one of the things we talked to Dave Roberts about, maybe the adjustment that Turner was making this spring and early in the season against lefties, that he's had some early dividends, is getting a little more square, a little more directional when he strides towards the release point of the left-handed pitcher. So on the right side of the diamond, kind of closing off more to try and keep closed.
Fly ball to center. Hayward broke back, now comes in a few steps, makes the catch. Here's the tag, and stopping at third is Forsythe. He put the brakes on after 3 or 4 steps and headed back to third.
Well, and Forsythe, when he went back to the bag, he kind of looked over at Chris Woodward like, what do we want to do here? And clearly, I think he told him, we're not going to challenge him. I think for the second out of the inning here, I think this is worth a challenge. And with the throw just a little bit offline, I think he probably beats this throw. I know he throws well, and Hayward does a good job of getting behind this. But man, I would be, with the second out there and the tying run there at third base, I would have been tempted to make him make a perfect throw.
So that's the second out, and now it's Van Slyke. Struck out in his first at bat. That came back in the 4th inning. Again, replaced Franklin Gutierrez in the 2nd inning after Gutierrez suffered a hamstring injury trying to steal second. They'll evaluate further tomorrow.
But that's a pitch right there that Lester made to Turner, that down and away that he hasn't covered as well last year against left-handed pitching. That ball a little bit off the end. Not quite that outer half coverage against lefties.
Wow, big cut. Then Van Slyke comes up empty, 0-2.
Well, this feels like he might challenge him again, high in the strike zone, or run even the cutter in on the hands. Kind of blown away with that second strike.
Just missed down and in. Lester took a step or two towards the third base dugout.
And Lester has gotten mad like this so many times tonight. And again, K-Zone showing it to be a strike on the corner and down. But one thing Lester has done outstanding tonight is after he's had some adversity or he's been frustrated with a call by Sam Holbrook, he's come right back and been able to make a pitch. And one of the things that makes Lester great, he pitches with a lot of emotion. He gets frustrated out there, but it usually doesn't carry into the next pitch. Let's see if he comes back strong here.
.98 pitches now thrown tonight by John Lester. Justin Grimm warming in the pen. Lester trying to get off the field here with a 1-run lead. Out of play.
Vance like now seen a lot of these pitches, mostly hard, and he's, I think, at least found the timing of it a little bit in there. A little bit late, but probably in a position to handle a number of pitches there with 2 strikes. I think, though, if he can climb the ladder and get to the top of the strike zone and in on the hands, that might be a pitch that he can't handle.
Tapper in front of the plate. Contreras will fire it on to first to get him and end the inning.
Contreras to lead off the bottom of the 6th, but it was a great play to end this inning. We know John Lester tries to avoid throwing at all costs, and he backs off here. And just look how far Wilson Contreras comes out to almost 2/3 of the way out to the mound. The athleticism to go out and quickly pounce on that ball and make a strong, accurate throw and get Van Slyke easily at first base. A great play by the young Cub catcher.
He's going to try to bunt his way aboard, but he bunted it foul. New pitcher for the Dodgers out of the bullpen is right-hander Josh Fields, who split last year between the Astros and the Dodgers.
Yep, fastball in the mid-90s, curveball, slider, and changeup. You see there the last season splitting at 463 earned run average. Pretty high whip, but a hard thrower.
Yeah, the Dodgers are wondering, they're asking Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, if Contreras fouled the ball into his body. Holbrook told him no, where he'd be out.
In the box.
Still in the box. So Contreras goes from a guy who didn't make his major league debut until June of last year, becomes a bigger and bigger factor down the stretch and into the playoffs, and now in the next year here in 2017 is the #1 catcher. Miguel Montero is the backup for the Cubs.
And probably with Lester's night probably being finished now, a successful second game, it looks like, having a nice rapport and working well with John Lester. That relationship off to a good start.
Along those lines, guys, in that first start they worked together, Chris Bosio told me that Lester shook him off one time. I didn't see many tonight.
There's Carl Edwards Jr. now up in the Cubs pen. Bouncer to third, righted Turner. Back to Chris and Dallas in the studio for an update. Remarkable that he is apparently fine, especially 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Taijuan Walker, but scary stuff. And good news that Buster Posey appears to be okay. Here's Jason Hayward. 0 for 2 tonight, strikeout and a pop-up, but as we mentioned, coming into the game tonight, had been swinging the bat very well, had 5 really good at bats yesterday, hit the ball hard all 5 times. Buster, you were actually in Milwaukee, you were at Miller Park for the game. What did you see in Jason Hayward's at bats yesterday?
That he hit the ball hard in all of his at bats, and he mentioned after the game about how he felt like he was getting his foot down and he was on time. And Joe Madden very excited about what he saw over the weekend from Jason Hayward.
And that's what I frankly see tonight. He struck out his first at bat, popped out in his second at bat, and that first foul ball, that's more on time than I saw him at all last year. And that just means he's getting started a little bit earlier. His hands are in a different spot, but he's getting into that hitting position much earlier in time, and that allows you to make better decisions as far as the pitches you're going after. But then when you get a good pitch to hit, you have a better chance of squaring it up.
And I feel like this is a good test for him right now, because the last few days and even earlier in this game against Wood, it was a little bit slower velocity, some more off speed, and right now they're coming right inside. 2 consecutive pitches, 95, 96, in on the hands of Hayward. And I felt like that was the biggest weakness that he had when he didn't get on time, was the inability to hit fastballs, especially at his hands.
Fields out in front of ball and 2 strikes.
He just backed off the plate, and I like that adjustment. So after the last fastball that he got in on his hands. He took about a few inches off the plate, and here he looks at another one up and in, and that's 3 now consecutive. You can tell the game plan against them, but I like that he adjusted a little bit with his body to get further off the plate.
Fields continues to challenge him with the fastballs, but now the count is full.
That's a pitch. Those last 2 pitches, I think he chases last year because he's late, so he's making a last-second decision. Those 2, he's much more on time, so he's able to read it better, make a better decision, and he's at least got himself to that 3-2 count. These are just better swings. These are on time, and I didn't feel that way on opening day. What we saw on opening day, I think you and I both came away a little concerned with what we saw. And tonight, all these swings, he has a chance to put in play with authority.
Fields will get him for the second out. MLB.com at Bat is your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get club branded home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat today.
Another thing, you heard a loud reaction from Hayward there, frustrated. You've heard that a couple of times tonight, and you saw him go down. That reaction is there because he's feeling better.
Yeah.
And he's feeling like he should have done something. Last year, the at-bats he was having, he was overmatched. He was so lost at the plate that there wasn't that reaction because he didn't feel like he should have been doing anything because he was so lost. That's a reaction of a hitter that feels like, I'm close.
0-1 the count on Javier Baez. And Baez, speaking of Hayward, Baez and Hayward had a collision earlier this week. This is always a scary situation. Infielder going out, outfielder coming in, and Baez got the worst of it. And somewhat remarkably, he did come out of this game, suffered a bruise above his left eye, but somewhat remarkably played the very next day. That was Friday. He was back in the lineup on Saturday. And a swing and a miss. Fields with a very good inning. A ground out and a couple of strikeouts. We're at the end of 6 now, but Wrigley. Cubs 2, Dodgers 1. Changer brought to you by LG G6.
Well, earlier where Alex Wood was cruising, and this would have been the third out of the inning. That prolonged the at-bat. Schwarber worked a walk and then a hanging changeup to Bryant with 2 strikes. Plates Kyle Schwarber for the first run in the lead. And the Cubs hanging on to that lead as we go to the 7th inning here as Carl Edwards Jr. takes over.
So the Cubs with a 2-1 lead going to the 7th. A really strong performance by John Lester tonight. Chris Bryant with the RBI double. Lester's also driven in a run on a fielder's choice. Corey Seager has the only RBI of the night for the Dodgers as Puig leads off the inning against the new Cubs pitcher, right-hander Carl Edwards Jr.
Fastball mid-90s curveball really came on last year and became an important part of that Cubs bullpen in the second half of the season and earned more and more high leverage spots in the postseason. A trusted reliever now in this Cubs pen. You see such a good whip of .81 last year, 52 strikeouts in just 36 innings of work.
That was interesting right there. Puig just took the bat off his shoulder as if he had asked for time, and maybe he did. It wasn't granted, so then he got ready, and I think it might have flustered Edwards a little bit because Edwards then missed by 1.5 feet down and away. And he walks him on 4 pitches. So now the tying run is aboard to lead off the 7th for Adrian Gonzalez, who gets to face a righty for the first time tonight. Fly ball and a strikeout against John Lester. Gonzalez, a guy who's driven in 90 or more runs 10 consecutive seasons. But he's in the hole here, 0-2.
Well, really, with not being close to Yasiel Puig, oftentimes you'll see a catcher and a pitcher kind of go to that secondary pitch to try and just get him locked back in mechanically. He spins a nice curveball to get ahead, and then right back to that fastball that you see that cut action on, well located to jump right out ahead of Adrian Gonzalez.
Tony, one thing that Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach, told me that he loves.
I think we have a catcher's interference call, Buster. Sorry. So although they're out in front 0-2, can't put them away. And let's check out the glove of Contreras, and yep, definitely.
And that's the breaking ball where you're trying to reach out and keep it in the strike zone, but instead of letting that ball travel too much, you see that's just reaching too far out there. And a big play potentially now in this game as the tying and going ahead runs on base with nobody out.
So that's charged as an error on Contreras. So first and second, nobody out. And the batter is Grandal.
An error, but not an at bat for Gonzalez, right?
Correct. Grandal turns around to bat from the left side against the right-hander Edwards. Breaking ball low. Dodgers got a run in the 6th inning to get back within 1 and trying to do some damage against the bullpen here in the 7th. A walk and then a catcher's interference, and Chris Bosio does not like what he's seeing. He wants to come out and try to settle down Edwards. MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to AtBat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. threat here for the Dodgers in the 7th inning. Up and away, ball 3.
And now you're in, even though you're at the bottom of the order, you're in a very dangerous part of this Dodger lineup. All of a sudden, these right-handed pitchers now in facing the lefty. You got Grandal ahead in the count with power. You've got Peterson with power on deck, and perhaps Tolles or a guy like Utley looming as a pinch hitter beyond that.
Walked him. 2 walks and catcher's interference have loaded the bases with a nobody out. You saw Justin Grimm has started to throw in the bullpen. And now Joe Maddon signaled, it looked like it was to Rizzo to go over. Maybe it was to Contreras. So he sent his catcher Contreras to the mound to talk, just to buy some time for Grimm.
Besides the breaking ball, the fastball for Carl Edwards Jr., which is really his money pitch. It's a high spin rate pitch, and he's been all over the place, whether it's been low and away, and it's been up out of the zone. Inconsistent, you can just tell with his mechanics. He hasn't been able to have that spot that he can just hit besides his curveball. And then every time he comes back to that fastball, the command is just not there.
And Joe Maddon's going to make the change. He'll take the ball from Edwards, who cannot get it out, and Justin Grimm will make his way in from the bullpen. He inherits a bases loaded, nobody out situation. From Yankee Stadium as the Yankees host the St. Louis Cardinals. A little interleague action for you. Sunday night, 8 Eastern, with Baseball Tonight Sunday Night Countdown beginning at 7.
Matt Holliday playing host to his ex-mates.
Meanwhile, the Dodgers are really threatening right now. They're down 2-1, but they've got the bases loaded, nobody out. And Jock Peterson will face the new Cubs reliever, right-hander Justin Grimm.
Grimm, a similar repertoire to what Carl Edwards Jr. had. Fastball, mid-90s, and that big curveball you see right there. He'll throw the curveball more than 50% of the time. And when he's on and right, Joe Maddon really likes him even against left-handed hitters. He feels like that breaking ball can give lefties problems, but he's got a tough matchup here with Tolles on deck and now Peterson ahead in the count.
And pitch by pitch, ball by ball, this is getting worse for the Cubs. Andrew Tolles is out of the on-deck circle right now to bat in the pitcher spot. tell you, an evening that began 3 hours ago with a ceremony raising a banner for the first World Series championship in 108 years. Those who have braved the wintry light conditions here tonight, they're grumbling right now. They are grumpy at Edwards and now Grimm's inability to throw strikes. Fastball in there for a strike, and we can hear from the booth that group of Dodger fans. There, that's the noisiest group.
That's the
here in Wrigleyville.
Pantone 294. They travel everywhere.
They're
the Dodgers go. They bought out that rooftop out there in left field.
You're not kidding. They're loud.
Yeah, they are. That's a group that kind of took over Yankee Stadium last year.
That's how you stay warm. They yell the whole game.
Chopped foul.
You know, with all the breaking balls Grimm has thrown to fall behind 3-0, and because he loves that breaking ball and a 3-1 count there, it's almost a little bit of a defensive swing by Jock Peterson there. Not completely selling out on that fastball, and it kind of snuck up on him, and now in a 3-2 count. It could certainly be any pitch, and Peterson probably a little unsure. I think this is a situation where Peterson needs to get right back on the fastball. I think that's what he was looking for the first few pitches in this at bat, and his takes were such that he was looking fastball but in position to lay off the breaking ball out of the zone. I think that's what he's going to get right back to. Trust that he'll lay off the tough breaking ball, but in position to do some damage with the fastball.
Peterson has a grand slam already this season, hit it on opening day. Popped up into shallow right field, and Zobrist in to make the catch for the first out.
Well, that shows you the fastball ability that Grimm does have. 95 miles an hour. He challenged him at the top of the strike zone, and Peterson just can't quite get to it. But I think enough of a presence, even though he wasn't able to command the breaking ball to him, he had that in the back of his mind. And Peterson, a pretty good pitch to hit, but maybe a little higher than his hot zone or his happy zone, and a little bit underneath that mid-90s fastball.
So one out in the inning, and the pinch hitter is Andrew Tolles, a guy did a really nice job for the Dodgers last year late in the season and into the postseason. Hit over 300 during the regular season and swung the bat just as well, if not better, in the postseason, and gets a first pitch breaking ball, which maybe is not a surprise because every time I mention his name, Aaron says
he can hit a fastball.
That's right.
He goes up there hunting a fastball. Not a real big guy by any means, but strong, short swing, and he can square up a heater, Dan.
Grimm trying to get out of a major jam here in the seventh. Straightens him up, a ball and a strike.
And that could be a pitch there. Show him the fastball. You're ahead of the count there. He gets ahead with that breaking ball. And this is a purpose pitch. You see Contreras really set up inside and even get up in his stance because he wants that elevated up and in. Maybe you get the chase, but more importantly, you set up the breaking ball.
Which is hit sharply to second. And they'll turn two to get out of it. How about that? Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Dodgers don't score. seventh inning stretch, still 2-1 Cubs. Tonight for the seventh inning stretch, we'll stay here at the ballpark for a T-Mobile Unlimited baseball break, and a special one for Cubs fans tonight here at Wrigley. Hall of Famers Billy Williams, Fergie Jenkins, Ryne Sandberg with Take Me Out to the Ballgame. Unlimited baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Only T-Mobile lets you stream, post, and share all things MLB. With T-Mobile One, unlimited data means unlimited baseball. That's pretty cool. 3 Hall of Famers, 2 booths down.
Yeah, it is.
Chris Bryant coming up third this half inning for the Cubs, who lead 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Let's get to know him a little bit better, and to help us do that is Buster Olney.
Guys, Chris Bryant grew up in Las Vegas, and he played youth baseball with someone you might know named Bryce Harper. Now, Chris Bryant wasn't a highly rated prospect in high school, and he had a backup plan.
Big leagues. But if baseball doesn't work out for me, I want to be a dentist.
He would be a dentist. He graduated from Bonanza High School with a 4.78 GPA. He got 1 B throughout his entire time in high school, and during the offseason, he married high school sweetheart Jessica Delp, who he met when he was a freshman. She's a sister of one of his baseball teammates.
Well, life seems to be going relatively well for him.
Of course
I'm not sure he's going to need the dentistry as a fallback, but good to have a plan B.
What was the B in? I mean, a 4.78 GPA. I didn't even know
it was calculus.
It was in calculus.
Right.
That's right. I talked to Gordon Marr, who was his AP calculus teacher. Bryant told me that he went and took AP calculus because he was upset that he got a B in calculus.
Wow, that says a lot about, I think, just the person that Chris Bryant is not being satisfied. Not that a B is any kind of failure, but just not being able to be that guy. All the accolades that he's had in his young career already just tells you it's not enough to be Rookie of the Year. It's not enough to be MVP. He's going to keep on keeping on and getting better.
New pitcher for the Dodgers, left-hander Grant Dayton.
Well, a guy who really emerged for the Dodgers late last season. Fastball, low 90s. Curveball and slider, but you're going to see almost 80% fastballs from this guy. A fastball that plays up higher than that 91 you see there, 91, 92 typically. But last year in 26 1/3 innings with the Dodgers, he struck out 39 batters and walked just 6.
And here's a guy looking for a larger role, and probably on just about any other team in baseball would find a larger role, but Albert Almora is playing behind so many talented players. But he might force Joe Maddon's hand. Outstanding defensive player, and every time he comes up, he's doing something with the bat.
And how about coming off the bench, and you think about it, and Booney, you mentioned it, this might be 91, but it plays up, and this is up in the zone, a little on the hands, but Almora Jr. ready from the bench to attack this pitch, get his hands out, get his barrel out on a pitch that really got on him, but did a nice job keeping those hands close to his body so he could get the barrel out and drive this into left field.
I really think Almora is another one of these long line of young Cub players that has a chance to be a very special player. Just a matter of, can he get enough at bats? Because as you touched on, Dan, this is a special defender in center field. And you saw some lightning right there off the bench with that bat speed, that short swing on a pitch in the top of the zone. He's going to get to his opportunities.
Leadoff double here in the bottom of the 7th. The Cubs up 2-1, and now Kyle Schwarber 0 for 1 and a couple of walks. So not that long ago, it didn't look very good for the Cubs. Bases were loaded with nobody out for the Dodgers in the top of the 7th, but they could not cash in. And now the Cubs looking to add to this lead here in the bottom half. Another chance where Almora could get an opportunity is on occasion. Schwarber may not play against lefties, so Almora could get in there. Hayward could sit every now and again. Zobrist occasionally a day off.
And this is an example right now, Dan, of why Kyle Schwarber is in the leadoff position. It's with first base open, and then they're trying to carefully throw around him. But how much can you really throw around a guy when you have Chris Bryant, the MVP, the reigning MVP, on deck? You have Anthony Rizzo behind that, and I think that's exactly why Madden has Schwarber in this position. Is not so much for the first inning of the game, but in the positions when he comes up and no one wants to throw to him.
One of the more remarkable aspects of the Cubs' journey last October was the return of Schwarber from the knee injury, which appeared to be out of the blue. DH'd in Cleveland during the World Series and swung the bat extremely well.
He does that a lot. Falls to his knee on just taking a hack. I mean, watch this swing. The pitch that's away, so he drives that back leg so explosively that he loses his balance and goes to the knee. I was actually showing my son, Kyle Schwarber, because he hits left-handed last week, and Kyle ended up falling to his knee just a few games ago, similar to that.
Didn't go, ball 3.
Because I was trying to show, hey, that's how you use, if you really want to exaggerate using your backside and really, you know, it used to be, you know, squishing the bug, right, which was more rotational, but what Kyle Schwarber does, forget the bug. I mean, he is so explosive with his entire body, but especially that back foot.
Ball 4. Third walk tonight for Schwarber. Now to bring up Chris Bryant, as mentioned, the 2016 National League Most Valuable Player in just his second year in the big leagues after winning Rookie of the Year in 2015. So not a bad start to the big league career for Chris Bryant.
Pretty decent.
And all of a sudden, that slow start, 0 for 13, right up to 286. As he has really started to heat up. And Dayton challenging with that high fastball that plays into Bryant's strength.
That's a good spot to start him out, because he will chase at times up out of the zone, knowing that he's looking for the upper half of the strike zone with that fastball. Doesn't bite there.
Big swing and a miss, 1-1.
There's a good look at that Dayton fastball. That pitch is right down the middle, right to Chris Bryant's strength on a 1-0 count, and that's by him. And that's what the National League has seen from Grant Dayton with that fastball. Again, that he'll throw 80% of the time and throw it right by guys routinely.
Listen to that chant.
MVP chant followed by a collective ooh as he swings and fouls it back.
Olympic Vancouver. I have those mittens. Canadian.
I'll buy him offer. There is strike 3 called just above the knees, 1 down.
Anthony Rizzo, when you look at the pitches that he's able to hit and the part of the plate that he's able to cover, we've talked about him crowding and his ability to really just kind of take away the inner half. And yes, he crowds the plate, but also because of how big he is, look at his home runs versus left-handed pitchers and where they're located in the strike zone, middle to away, because no one can really come into him because there's such a small area to get to. Look at where he sits on the plate. The numbers that he had against left-handed pitchers just even 3 years ago changed dramatically when he was able to make that adjustment to get on the plate so that he could reach what he was really lacking, was the ability to reach the outer half.
And he's basically daring you to say, all right, if you can spot 3 fastballs on the inside corner, you got a good chance of beating me.
Great stop. Flip to second. They got 1, but not 2. Fielder's choice for Rizzo. First and third, 2 down.
Well, one of the things that the Dodgers are excited about with Logan Forsythe, not only what he brings offensively and his ability against left-handed pitching, but the defense too. This is a nice range to his right, and I didn't think he'd have any chance to have a play on Rizzo, and they made this play much closer than I thought as he gets rid of this with something on it out of his glove. Seager turns it over pretty quick, but Rizzo, you see, beats it. But a nice play by Forsythe to get the second out of this inning.
So it'll be up to Zobrist with runners on the corners and 2 down. The Cubs up 2-1 as they bat here in the bottom of the 7th on their home opener, opening night, the night they raised the banner. And now the Dodgers want a meeting. Rick Honeycutt, pitching coach, to the mound. Sergio Romo. Boy, how long will it take for it to look, for it not to look strange that he's in a Dodger uniform instead of a Giant uniform?
Not there yet.
Yeah. Southern California guy, grew up a Dodger fan, we know, but all those years with the Giants,
Orange
just
and black.
So Zobrist the batter, Russell on deck.
Again, just how they want to attack him. They got Romo obviously getting ready for Russell should it get there. So this first pitch will tell us a lot about how they're going to attack him. And that's atypical for Dayton, who throws, again, 80% fastballs. First pitch not close with that breaking ball. That probably tells you they're going to pitch carefully to Zobrist and be content with the matchup of Romo versus Russell.
Joe Madden checking his charts on the other side.
Joe Madden looks like he could go get in a snowball fight with the mittens that he's got on and the beanie.
Joe once told me, although he's from Pennsylvania, he has no shame and he has no problem admitting he's cold.
Unlike you, Buster.
With the hand warmers.
From Vermont.
Ground ball to third. And the inning is over as the Cubs leave a couple of men on. End of 7 at Wrigley Field. The Cubs lead the Dodgers 2-1. Baseball on ESPN is presented by USAA. Insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community, and in part by the LG G6, the big screen that fits in your hand. That parade, images of that parade you're seeing from last November after they won the World Series, an estimated 5 million people were somewhere along the parade route.
What Joe call it, Cub Strock?
Yeah. Cub stock.
Cub stock.
Yeah. I think we knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Changes. Ben Zobrist from right to left. Albert Almora stays in the game in center, pushing Jason Hayward to right. Again, the flexibility and versatility that the Cubs have. New pitcher is Pedro Strop.
Look at the slider, fastball mid-90s. That slider is the pitch he'll go to a lot. Occasional split fingered that he'll use. See last season, that whip that's been there for the better part of the last few seasons. A lot of strikeouts. Back-to-back sliders here to start the 8th.
So Strop in Kyle Schwarber's spot in the batting order.
Strop, quick pitch on that last one. He'll kind of vary from time to time the timing of his delivery. Sometimes he'll take a little bit longer. All the other times he'll just get it and go.
And we talked about that with him in the postseason last year, the kind of the genesis of that. And he said, look, you know, in division play where you're playing teams in your division 18 times, you're facing guys all the time. That's where it started for him, and just giving guys a different look. And now he's kind of incorporated into his style.
Well, because we just saw now 3 pitches, 3 different timings. And the first one, Forsythe wasn't ready.
Yep.
And now as a hitter, you're ready, you're waiting. And that can mess you up. Even in just the slightest way. Plus Strop's got enough stuff to finish it.
Right. Now the risk becomes if it throws you off mechanically a little bit and throws off your command. Now, is he more inclined to make mistakes? But obviously the guys we've seen be real successful with it, Johnny Cueto, who will vary his delivery.
Still a lot of debate over whether this is good form or not, whether it should be allowed. There are a lot of people who don't take too kindly to it, as Forsythe bangs a base hit into center field.
To your point, Boone, you remember that the World Series game, Jeurys Familia trying to quick pitch it? Was it Alex Gordon in the World Series? Gave up a big home run.
Right.
Yeah.
And it maybe was part of a mistake because you're burying your, you know, you hear all the time about pitchers wanting to be able to repeat their delivery, repeat their mechanics. That's what ultimately allows them to have outstanding command. When all of a sudden you're mixing it up, you're less inclined to have that elite command, more inclined to make a mistake.
Is Corey Seager, who has driven in the only run of the night for the Dodgers on an RBI double back in the 6th inning. Tying runners at first, go-ahead run at the plate with nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning. Seager, the unanimous National League Rookie of the Year a year ago, 3rd in MVP balloting. So we got 3 of the top 4 in the MVP race from a year ago, with Bryant winning it. Seager 3rd, Rizzo 4th. Big out for Strop.
Well, you know that Strop's going to use a lot of off-speed pitches, but he has that mid-90s fastball. In this one at 96, that he starts on the corner and just runs off just a little bit away. And the pitch prior was a call probably just off the plate away that he got the call, and this maybe forced Seager to have to cover a little bit more of that plate with 2 strikes, but a little late on that real nice fastball from Strop.
Now Justin Turner 0 for 3, 3 fly ball outs. They play him to the opposite field, out in the outfield. All of the outfielders around to their left, to your right as you look at it here, especially Almora. You can see how far into right center field he is.
Dan, in a day and age when a lot of conversations about launch angle and getting underneath the ball, Justin Turner has kind of been more of a poster child.
Shoots it down the right field line, but just foul.
Hardly any room to even be foul.
Yeah.
You see a lot of fans leaning over going, where did it go?
You didn't get much reaction from Turner, so he must have seen it the same way, and it hits the wall there clearly.
But Dan, you mentioned Turner with the 3 fly outs as he takes his time coming back, and Cubs fans not happy about it, but this is something that Justin Turner wants to do. He wants to elevate the ball, get underneath it. You'll hear him himself talk about launch angle, which is a term that applies to the angle that he uses to get underneath the ball to hit the ball in the air. So he's okay with a night that might have 3 fly outs. Obviously he wants hits, but because of that, it's how he gets his extra base hits.
Veteran Chase Utley out in the on-deck circle. Fouled off to the left.
And he just got a bit of a hanging slider there, and I think probably looking for it in that spot. He's in a 2-1 count, and knowing that Strop loves to go to the slider, and it's a pitch he trusts he can get in there for a strike. 85 center of the plate, just a little bit out in front of it, and so he ends up over the top of it, but a pretty good pitch to hit there, and one that Turner will usually do some damage with.
And it got him on the elbow.
Well, just a slider that backed up on him. He wants to get this away. It just kind of spins up and out of his hand. It doesn't really do much. And Turner hangs in there, and you see just kind of looks like it glances off the forearm there. Perhaps the or the hand.
And Joe Madden is on his way back out to the mound. Koji Uehara has been throwing in the bullpen. And will come into the game. So Strop gets 1 out, but puts a couple of men on base. And it'll be Utley and Uehara when we come back to Wrigley. Clinging to a 2-1 lead, 8th inning here on their home opener night. Banner-raising night at Wrigley Field. Tomorrow, be sure to catch First Take on ESPN from 10 Eastern to noon. Stephen A., Max, and Molly debate and discuss the most compelling and entertaining topics from the world of sports. Also streaming live on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN.
Some fog rolling in.
We've had fog. We've had
rain.
Heavy rain.
Thunder, lightning.
And we got a situation here. Koji Uehara, Chase Utley.
Well, the ex-closer for the Boston Red Sox now in a Cubs uniform. Not surprising to see him on to face the lefty Utley. Held lefties to a 139 batting average. He does it with that fastball, just typically 86, 87 miles an hour. Outstanding split-fingered fastball, occasional cutter, but it's fastball split. There it is, 86 miles an hour. And again, we talked about Grant Dayton and the fastball playing up. Same with Uehara. So much respect for that split that he throws almost half the time, that many times you'll see hitters late on the fastball that he'll challenge them at the top of the zone with.
Utley re-signing in the offseason, a 1-year deal with the Dodgers. More of a part-time role this year with the acquisition of Forsythe. Pretty good guy to have off your bench, to bring off the bench as a left-handed bat, though.
Absolutely.
Corey Seager has credited Chase Utley and their relationship even last season, helping him a ton. Learning the game defensively, just what to look for in at bats as a lefty.
And a ground ball to first. With the bag one, back to first, not in time, and a wide throw. Runner coming home, and it's tied.
Well, we'll see if there's any kind of challenge to be had at second base, but this is just simply a mistake by Addison Russell. Utley, who still gets down the line pretty good from the left side. There's going to be no chance to turn this double play. But we'll take a look at the slide into second base.
Hey, Joe.
Appears to be clean and straight into the bag.
Get straight while you're challenging.
And Joe Madden is out and talking to home plate umpire Sam Holbrook. And they're going to have a look.
And it almost looks like Russell realized he shouldn't be throwing this ball and tries to hang on to it, but just almost like he's going to hang on to it, but he's already gone too far and just yanks it to the left.
The only thing I can think of where they're challenging is Turner. Look how he kind of veers to the right. He comes back to the bag. But he's on a straight path towards second base, and then he'll start. Watch, he's going towards second, but watch him kind of swing wide and then come back towards the bag for the slide. The rule states that you're supposed to intend to go towards second base the entire time.
Well, the rule says you're not allowed to change your path for the purpose of initiating contact with a fielder. I mean, it looked to me like he was thinking maybe I'm going first to third here, so I'm going wide, but
he would
look like he went straight into the bag.
Yeah, and I think, look, when that play's behind you, you're allowed to give some ground to put yourself in a position should that go through.
And no issue at second base is the signal. So the call is confirmed. No violation of the slide rule.
The good thing for the Cubs there, now with 2 outs, at least Utley was not able to move up into scoring position as the now go-ahead run. So no error on that play, right?
Well, the throwing error allows the run to score
allows the
from
run
third.
to score,
Yeah.
right, sorry.
And here's Puig. Runner at first, 2 down. We are tied at 2 as Uehara misses upstairs, ball 1. So the error on Addison Russell allows the tying run to score here in the 8th inning. Uehara out there without any long sleeves on this night. There it is, 40, feels like 35. Two and one. Puig tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. And a group of Dodger fans across the street up in the up top on the rooftop, they are making their presence felt again. Puig swung like he's trying to hit one onto that rooftop.
He's trying to say hello. That wind's blowing the wrong way, though.
Yeah.
And this is where Uehara is so good. He gets in the mind of the hitters. We've seen these last 3 fastballs now, all at the top of the strike zone, just 86, 87 miles an hour. But you've got to respect the split-fingered fastball, and it's in the back of hitters' minds all the time. And frankly, he's just a little bit late on that heater because of the respect for that split-fingered pitch.
And a heater that's 86.
Right.
And I think that's a part as a hitter. You see the frustration of Puig.
He got him. Frustrating at bat for Yasiel Puig. But the Dodgers do score the tying run on a throwing error on Addison Russell, trying to turn a double play that just wasn't there. And it's 2-2 going bottom 8.
Toward third, here comes Bryant on to first, and the Cubs have won the World Series.
That was what the night was all about at the beginning of the night tonight, as they raised the World Series championship banner here at Wrigley Field a few hours ago. We move on to the bottom of the 8th inning now. Tied at 2 and some changes for the Dodgers. Logan Forsythe has moved from second to third. Chase Utley stays in the game at second. Justin Turner is out of the game. Sergio Romo's the new pitcher. He goes into Turner's spot in the batting order. We can only speculate, but remember Turner got hit by a pitch on the left hand or forearm, and maybe that's why he has come out. Here is Romo, the longtime former Giant.
All about that slider for Romo. He'll throw.
Russell got it off the end of the bat. And what a catch out in left field by Tolles.
We're getting a look at why the Dodgers are such fans of Andrew Tolles and the skills that look at where he's at, where he starts, and the amount of distance that he has to cover, and makes a dive on a ball that's still kind of tailing towards the line, but he stays with it, gets his body to follow it, a little hop on the dive, but the amount of ground, the speed he used, and just the ability to stay with the ball, make the grab.
One down, bottom 8, tie game. Here's Wilson Contreras. And a slider for a strike. Contreras 1 for 3 on the night, had a base hit back in the 4th. Cubs were up 2-0. Dodgers got a run in the 6th, another one in the 8th to tie it.
But if Justin Turner did leave the game because of getting hit by that pitch, it's been a potentially costly night though for the Dodgers, who'd lost Gutierrez to the hamstring injury after his first at bat, and if Turner has now left the game as well.
Now look at what happened to Justin Turner the last time he was up, and again we don't know, have not been given word this is why he came out of the game, but it stands to reason perhaps that this is why he left the game. Otherwise he could have stayed at third, and Forsythe could have stayed at second, and Utley just wouldn't have stayed in the game.
And Romo would be one spot further away from hitting.
Yep. Good look at how a right-handed batter sees the slider of Sergio Romo.
Well, he's got such great command with the pitch. Kind of a unique angle. Obviously not a very big guy, that low 3/4, but he gets such good tight rotation and that side-to-side action, and he's able to paint with it. He can work both sides of the plate with it, so he makes it work in a couple of different ways to make it really like a couple of different pitches. He'll show the fastball just to kind of set it up even more so. And that's a good example there of Contreras now kind of selling out and adjusting to the slider. You know, just a real simple, small approach. You can tell he's just trying to shoot the ball the other way. That ball was so well located that he couldn't really get to it. This sometimes is where he'll try and pop a fastball in on the hands or front door that slider when he senses a guy is really laying out over the plate.
High fly ball center field. And Jock Peterson is there, 2 down. So now Jason Hayward 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Romo is the 5th pitcher of the night for the Dodgers. The Cubs have used 5 pitchers as well. These two teams are off tomorrow. They resume the series Wednesday, wrap it up on Thursday. And Wade Davis, the Cubs closer, is now up in the pen. The former Kansas City Royal, and prior to that, of course, he pitched for Joe Madden in Tampa Bay. 2 down, bases empty, tie game, bottom 8 here at Wrigley. And the 0-1.
And there's the first fastball we've seen from Romo this inning on the 10th pitch he's thrown. But it's a show pitch, right? So he's ahead 1-0 or 0-1, and that's just if he wants to go fetch this fastball off the plate away. But it's just to set up potentially a backdoor slider, or he's already established a presence in on his hands with that slider. There he tried the backdoor, didn't quite get it there. And he's seeing right now Hayward's discipline to lay off the pitch away. So he said, all right, you take the fastball away. Let me start this slider in that same slot and try and bring it to the back door. He didn't quite get it there, though.
Now missed inside with the slider to fall behind 3-1.
That's a good take by Hayward, because he looked at the slider that was tried to backdoor. So you're thinking, okay, he's looking inner half, which you could tell because he started to trigger his lower half, but he was able to recognize that it was off the plate in.
And again inside to Walkham. So Romo now will have to deal with Javier Baez, and what a sensation he became last October. Swung the bat well. Co-MVP of the National League Championship Series, but more than anything just electrified the baseball world with his defense. Saw that during the WBC as well, and it kind of feels like we're going to be seeing that for a long time.
We'll see how Romo attacks him. Expect to see a lot of sliders, but expect him to work off the plate. Baez will go up there. He'll lay on an off-speed pitch, but he'll expand that zone as well. This could be an opportunity with 2 outs. Hayward, a good base runner, a base stealing threat. And with 2 outs, would love to get into scoring position.
Dodgers thinking the same thing. Baez is in the 8 spot, but remember Almora is now in the 9 spot. The pitcher is in the leadoff spot right now for the Cubs, so Almora waits on deck. Doubled in his only at bat tonight. A healthy hack, but he comes up empty.
And this is a swing that you will see from Javier Baez. As you take a look at the slider moving away from the bat. Baez, if you're going to find the weakness for him, it's his inability to lay off the breaking ball that moves away from his bat, and you see him sort of reach for it. He knows it's coming. He sees the location, but he thinks he can get a piece.
And he will never give in to him. Even here 2-1. He's not. If this slider ends up in the middle of the plate, it's a mistake from Romo. His intent right here will be to start this slider on the plate, but for it to end up a ball, even in a 2-1 count, knowing that he's got an aggressive hitter. But I think this is a pitch where you've got to look to run if you're Hayward. You know slider's probably coming.
Looked like he might have been going, and Romo fires over to first.
And that's fine. And there you're flinching over there because you're trying to get a break, and you can still get back in plenty of time with a dive back. So that tells you as a base runner, all right, I'm okay. Get right back out there, and this should be a good pitch to run on, and it's time to run.
Not going. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Well, if he didn't go 2-1, unlikely you would think to be going 2-2
No, I think you got to keep going. I think that I think he's probably been on his own or given the green light to go this whole time. It's just about him finding a jump, and I think that still exists here.
Not running, swing and a miss, inning over. Romo takes advantage of Baez, getting him to chase time after time. End of 8 here at Wrigley Field in Chicago, and it's tied at 2. The evening beginning here at Wrigley Field with the flag being raised and the trophy being walked in by Anthony Rizzo and company from the bleachers onto the field. More coverage on that on SportsCenter coming up immediately following the conclusion of this game tonight here on ESPN, which was significantly delayed by some severe weather tonight here in Chicago. We are on to the top of the 9th inning. The Dodgers and the Cubs tied at 2, and Cubs closer Wade Davis is into the game.
The new Cubs closer, obviously recently with the Royals, where he was so dominant the last few seasons. See, with an injury-shortened season for him last year, still dominant though.
Line to first, and Gonzalez retired on 1 pitch.
There's that first pitch curveball from Wade Davis. It'll be fastball mid-90s, the cut fastball, which is such a tough pitch, and you see Rizzo guarding the line a little bit, trying to prevent that extra base hit, in perfect position to handle that stinger off the bat of Adrian Gonzalez.
Here's Yasmani Grandal, 1 for 2 with a walk. John Lester started for the Cubs tonight, went 6 innings, gave up a run on 4 hits, struck out 6. Alex Wood, spot starter for the injured Rich Hill on the DL with a blister problem, went 3 2/3. Gave up 2 runs, 1 earned as Grandal loops one into center field. A base hit, his second hit of the night. And now a guy who can do some damage, Jock Peterson, big time power. He's 1 for 3 tonight, singled and scored back in the 6th. Confident young guy. He will come up to face Wade Davis.
Jock, one of those hitters coming out of spring, kind of tweaking with his swing a little bit. So you can take a look at the Dodgers closer, Kenley Jansen, warming up down in the bullpen.
I'll tell you, the acoustics in those bullpens are great. Everybody sounds like they're throwing 130. And he's just getting loose.
Well, Ben Zobrist talked about Joe Maddon being good for the self-esteem. These bullpens are good for the reliever's self-esteem.
Fly ball, shallow right center field. Almora wants it. 2 down. Davis has thrown only 5 pitches. He's faced 3 batters, gotten 2 outs, given up a base hit, and now it'll be Andrew Toles. Toles grounding into a double play in his first at bat of the night. Big moment in this game. The Dodgers in the 7th, at the time they were trailing 2-1, loaded the bases with nobody out. Peterson flied out, and then Toles grounded into a double play.
That was Justin Grimm using that fastball curveball combination. He got a fastball up enough to where Peterson got under it for that first out, and then after showing Toles a fastball up and in to set up the breaking ball, he got that 4-6-3 double play, a huge play in this game.
Up high, 2 balls, no strikes. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, the Cubs will send up Almora. Then the pitcher spot is due up, and then Chris Bryant. Tricky one. Hopper gets by Bryant down the left field line. Grandal up to second, and Toles safely across.
Well, this is about as weird a play as you'll have as a third baseman. Kind of a do or die play. It's got that slice spin on it. So you see Bryant just kind of really sell out and try and get to the short hop. He just can't quite get there. The ball spinning gets turned into an in-between hop, which is essentially a do or die play. I think will probably go as a hit. No, error.
E5 on Bryant to extend the inning. First and second 2 down for Forsythe. The leadoff man for the Dodgers, 2 for 4, a couple of strikeouts and a couple of base hits. And a fastball right down the middle for a strike. Neither team really successful with runners in scoring position tonight, to say the least. Dodgers 1 for 6, Cubs 0 for 7. Corey Seager on deck should the inning continue for the Dodgers. Forsythe already in his brief tenure as a member of the Dodgers has hit leadoff, as he is tonight, has hit third, and has hit fifth. Lineups getting juggled depending if it's a righty or a lefty. Those who have braved the cold are on their feet right now trying to root on Wade Davis. Strike 3 called, says Sam Holbrook, and that'll end the inning. The Dodgers leave a couple of men on in the top of the 9th after Davis gets Forsythe, and the Cubs will come up looking for a run to win it. The ninth, tied at 2. The Cubs coming up looking for a run to win it here on opening night, and we're going to see a couple of pinch hitters coming up for the Cubs here in the bottom of the ninth. John Jay is going to bat for Albert Almora Jr. Joe Maddon wants to try to neutralize that slider a little bit from Sergio Romo, so he'll bring up the left-handed bat of Jay, a more experienced bat, in Almora's spot, and Tommy La Stella is on deck with the pitcher due up next. Chris Bryant due up third this inning. Jay 2 for 4 in his career against Romo. And a fastball, 0-1.
Jansen still warming up for the Dodgers. Luis Avilan is one of the other left-handed relievers for the Dodgers. He threw, I believe, 27 pitches in the ball game yesterday against the Rockies, so he'd probably be the one guy they try and stay away from. But with the off day tomorrow.
0-2. Romo in his second inning of work.
See if they waste the fastball away to set up the back door. Little change up there. This is where at times against lefties he'll try and expand with that fastball away when he's hit, just to set up the slider. There, another changeup perhaps right there. But now that's kind of to see if he's biting at that. If he's biting on that angle of pitch, now he'll ideally start the slider in that same window and try and bite it back to that outside corner.
Fastball fouled off.
That's a good location for the fastball, because if I'm a lefty in the batter's box against Romo, I'm probably looking more middle away, hoping it's a mistake slider that ends up over the middle of the plate. And what Romo does, it's kind of that chess match, is he then gives him a pitch middle, but it's straight and it's out of the zone low.
There's the slider away, and Jay fights it off. Got to give him a lot of credit. He's not going to blow anybody away, but he's got a really good idea what he's trying to do out there.
No, but now Jay has seen all his pitches, and he feels like in his mind he's got them covered. And Jay's so good and set up to hit it the other way that he should be able to cover that out there.
Lines it into right, a base hit. Winning run aboard for the Cubs to lead off the bottom of the ninth.
And that's just a classic John Jay at bat, where he just, battles, finally gets a mistake here. It's a slider. You see he kind of reaches back up and out over the plate. I think they wanted to bury that down and in, which is how they started the at bat. But this ball stays up in the center of the plate, and Jay, who's set up to hit the ball the other way, then gets a mistake off-speed pitch, pounds it into right. Winning run on now for the Cubs.
And here's Tommy La Stella now to bat in the pitcher's spot. Left-hand hitting infielder. Last year hit .270 in 74 games at the big league level with the Cubs.
see them not bunting, not surprising with LaStella, and with that slider, that big hole on the right side. He wants to get something he can pound into that hole.
And he took one basically right down the middle. A slider there for a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, that was a get me in there slider, which is what you would expect from Romo. When he's behind in the count and he needs to get a strike, he's just going to flip that slider in there typically. That was probably a pitch, if LaStella was looking for, he could have done something with.
Chris Bryant waiting on deck. Runner goes, and it's bounced foul up the third baseline. Jay stretching out that lead at first. The count now 1-2 on LaStella. Nobody out here in the bottom of the ninth. Bouncer over the mound. And the only play is to first. Up to second goes Jay.
Well, good job by Seager here. You know, initially off the bat, he would have loved to get the lead runner, but no chance. So he just keeps working hard through the ball, gets to that short hop, and at least gets the first out of this inning. But now that winning run is now in scoring position for the Cubs as Chris Bryant strolls to the plate.
Chris Bryant, the reigning National League MVP, the Rookie of the year prior to that. An RBI double tonight in the third inning, and one of the game's not only great young stars, one of the game's great stars, period, coming up. And Dave Roberts is out. And going to be a double switch.
So we're going to have Austin Barnes,
who's the only remaining position player, and
Kenley.
We'll sort it out when we come back. Cubs with a winning run at second with a one out in the bottom of the ninth. At the plate, Rizzo on deck, but just as challenging is dealing with one of the game's very best relief pitchers in Kenley Jansen.
Well, not much secret. You're right, Dan. One of the best closers in the game. Another great season as the Dodgers closer a year ago. Not much secret. Fastball with that cut action on it that he'll throw in the low mid 90s. Occasional slider, but primarily it's pouring in that cutter from that big frame.
Jansen and Bryant with a winning run at second, one out in the bottom of the ninth. And a strike. Cubs looking for their first hit of the night with a man in scoring position. Swing and a miss at a ball up. It's 0-2. This was a double switch for the Dodgers. Austin Barnes, who's a catcher by trade, comes in to play third base. Forsythe is out of the game as he and Jansen enter at the same time. Last remaining position player available for Dave Roberts. Well, Bryant into battle mode right now with a count 0-2. Well, he's no fun. If the ball's away, if it's up, if it's on your hands, he is no fun to deal with, Kenley Jansen. The runner Jay out at second, pretty good speed, 1 out in the inning. Runner goes, and a swing and a miss for out number 2, and Jay into third, standing up.
I don't think it bothered him, but you almost saw Bryant kind of look out there. Jay got such a good jump there with 2 strikes. He's going down there maybe a little bit frustrated. Maybe it was a bit of a distraction for him. Usually with a hitter like Bryant up, and he kind of does a double take and looks back like maybe it did distract him. Not that it's inconsequential, because you can score in a lot more ways, obviously getting to third, but with 2 outs now, you don't want to be a distraction to one of your best hitters.
Rizzo looking to win it. 2 down, runner at third.
And that's something that usually you'll communicate with guys. Like, is it something that bothers you? Do you not want me running in that kind of a situation? John Jay, obviously in his first year as with the Cubs, you wonder if that conversation has happened.
Rizzo looking for his first RBI of the season, and from a Cub perspective would now be a good time to come up with it. Foul down the right field line.
And you see Rizzo right now has his 2-strike approach with the runner on third and 2 outs. He's choking up on the bat. Pulls this pitch down the line, but he's not trying to hit it out. He's just choking up so that he can have good plate coverage, knowing what Kenley Jansen can do with that cut fastball. Somehow find grass and get this run in.
One and one the count. Down the left field line, a fair ball, and the Cubs will win it. A long, cold night here at Wrigley. A night that began with the Cubs raising the banner, commemorating their World Series championship from a year ago. And they find a way to win it in the bottom of the ninth as Anthony Rizzo drives in the winning run with a base hit to left.
Well, Jess, you talked about it. Him choking up there, essentially just went into a 2-strike approach there, and just a real short, simple swing that he works the other way. And a great hitter, struggling a little bit early in the season, looking for his first RBI and facing one of the game's great closers. Just a real short, simple swing. Inside out, gets the barrel to it, and sends the faithful that were still hanging around home happy.
For the Cubs and their fans, the night started really, really well and ended really, really well. And as the Cubs up their record of 5-2 on the season, they win their home opener by a score of 3-2 over the Dodgers as Rizzo drives in the winning run. They'll have a day off tomorrow. They will resume the series Wednesday ESPN will bring you the Nationals and the Cardinals tomorrow night. And our Sunday night game, we'll see the Cardinals in New York.